Moo. Moo.
Hello. Oh my god. I started the music and then the moo kicked in and I just started laughing. Hey! Hey everybody!
Stay a while and listen.
Sam706 just resubscribed for 10 months.
10 months! Thank you! Thank you, Sam! And I missed you all so much. Hello, everybody!
Stay a
Wait, what the
while
heck?
and listen.
A Tikiwi just resubscribed for 5 months. Welcome back, Lucid. We missed you so MCUH.
Why are we... I just started! We already are almost at a hype train. What's happening? Anyway, sorry. I'm like out of practice with streaming, and I'm overwhelmed with all the love. Thank you so much. I missed you all, Wabbit and Payne and Try and Hickory Dude and Alucard and Kiwi. And Sam. Thank you, Kiwi, for the 5 months. Oh my god.
Stay a while and listen.
What? Anon? Thank you for the 5 gifteds.
Anonymous just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you.
Stay a while and listen.
Alucard_Nero just resubscribed for 2 months. Bully the Strimer.
Yeah, bully me with kindness.
R0G3RW4BB17 Cheerdex36.
Lara, thank you for the 36 biddies. And Alucard, thank you for the 2 months. Oh my god. How have you all been? How's everyone's holidays been and your January and... Oh, what's this? Oh, it's a bot. It's a bot. It's a bot. Boop. Bye-bye. Ah!
R0G3RW4BB17 Cheerdex19.
Wow, thank you for the 19 biddies! But no, seriously, how's everyone been? We love you, Lucid. I love you guys too. You were missed. Oh, you all are making that very clear. We're at level 3 hype trade. Holy crap. Hey, game guy! Cheers for the gift subscription, Anonymous. Yeah, thank you, Anon, for the 5 gifties. I don't know who you were, but thank you. That's so generous. Oh my god. But Starbreeze! How are you doing? Yeah, thank you for the gift sent to Starbreeze. How are you doing, Starbreeze, too? Just need to find a group to play D&D 2E. Oh yeah, I've heard there's like a lot of stuff going on with like D&D. I feel very out of the loop with it. I'm like kind of out of the loop with like D&D news in general. Yeah, I'm pausing this over here. And this none over here. No! Mute. Realizing that I probably have too many things running and I'm trying to like... there we go. There we go. That should ease some things up. The community is lovely
Stay
and
a
awesome. It
while and
certainly
listen.
is.
Under_Rue just resubscribed for 16 months. Lethal 277, Wiggly Lethal 277, Wiggly Lethal 277, Wiggly Lethal 277, Wiggly Lethal 277, Wiggly.
So many wigglies. Thank you, Andrew, for 16 months. Holy moly. Jeez Louise. Let's see, I've been decent, overworked, but decent. I did turn in my express entry app for immigrating to Canada. Ooh, nice. Congrats. That's gonna be exciting. Moving into the great north. The snow. I think it's still snowy, right? It's hard for me to tell these days, what with, you know, climate and all that. Like, it's January right now, and I'm, like, sweating. But it's, like, it was, like, 30 or 40 the other day. The weather doesn't make sense anymore. Wizards and Hasbro have shitty money-grubbing management. Community told them to fuck off. Nice. Good. Community solidarity. Yeah, I read something like right before stream, I read something like they issued some sort of apology or something. I don't know. I'm out of the loop with that. Cancel my D&D Beyond subscription to send a message to Hasbro they need to knock it off. What's D&D Beyond? Is that like a game? Or is it like a database? I'm not really sure. Let's go, community! Yeah! Holy crap! And for my community, thank you so much. I really did. I missed you all so much over both the holiday break and I had to wait a little bit to come back because I got I had COVID for a little bit around the holidays, and I still have a little bit of a cough, but it's super intermittent now. And as I have my water here, I'm sipping on. Kiwi! Thank you for the
Kiwi cheered
500!
X500. Oh no, I dropped some biddies.
You dropped
Clumsy
a few.
me.
Thank you so much! Thank you for the 500 biddies! Yeah, you dropped a few. Thank you so much! Oh, that's so generous! Thank you! Database for rulebooks that you can make characters use. Oh! Oh, I see now. I get it now. Half-assed apology, but technically a step in the right direction. I mean, that's pretty much all you can expect from corporations, isn't it? Let's see. Sorry I wasn't around to Fall Guys. Did you win? Did you win? It's been a while since I played Fall Guys, actually. They also want to make
Stay a while and
VTT with...
listen.
It's Venji just resubscribed for 16 months. Oi.
Oi! How you doing, Benji? Thank you for the 16 months. Holy moly. Thank you so much. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good tonight. Toozy, you're not late. I'm early? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we haven't started the game. You're not late. I'm just catching up with everybody and saying hello. And I was talking about what I was doing while I was away. I want you guys to be telling me too. I'm reading. I'm reading it. Making do with your wonderful YouTube video games archive. Thank you for making it available, Lucid. No problem. And I uploaded my last VOD that I had saved up. I like kind of saved like a whole week's worth of VODs and like slowly trickled them out like the first couple weeks I was away. Which was kind of useful because I was still having like content going out a little bit, but yeah, I'll make sure to keep up with those now. Let's see, slipping in at the last second for level 4. You did! Holy crap, you did! You saved the train like the last second. Holy crap. Nice. Nice job, Venji.
Stay a while and listen.
Pinkberry just resubscribed for 20 months. PIINKB4 hello.
It's Pinkberry. Hello. Hello, Pinkberry. Thank you so much for the 20 months. Holy moly. Jeez. Y'all are reminding me that, man, my 2 years coming up, isn't it? In April. That's wild. Man, my mind is just blown. Need to make shorts and TikToks. I know. It's learning the editing that I'm nervous about. Because that's not really a skill I have yet. But I have to. I will. I have to figure it out. It's one of my resolutions this year, just to figure out a pipeline for that. Our YouTube channel has been the most wonderful sleeping material. Love hearing people play games. Helps me sleep so much. Aww. I fall asleep listening to games as well on Twitch. So I absolutely I hear you there. I'm glad I can provide that for you, and that it makes me really happy. Chat. Lucid hasn't slept in 20 years. Not years, but I did kind of get super addicted to Civ in the past couple days, and House Flipper before that. I like no-life the hell out of House Flipper while I was sick, and 100%ed it. Oh, thank you for that hydrate. I see that. I flipped so many houses. I flipped all of the houses. At least twice. Let's see. Yeah, shoutouts to Pinkberry, who's playing Fallout 1. You think he's a pink color? What, the little bar? I wonder what determines that. Editing is easy to learn, so don't worry. Well, I hope so. I thought that specifically I need to learn the free program to do that, because I remember vaguely using like a Sony Vegas back in the day that was quote-unquote free, but I don't think I have that anymore. Hey, making TikToks might not be the best idea. I have heard, I don't know, I've heard TikTok's not really friendly with VTubers in general. I feel like I'd probably have more luck with, probably with YouTube Shorts, I think. Because I hear like most, oh, the sub badge! Oh, yeah! What a coincidence! it matches your name. But yeah, I've heard that VTubers tend to get like banned pretty quickly on TikTok just for existing. I don't think that that's the algorithm or like a bot that's banning them. I think they're probably all getting mass reported, because there's like whole communities on TikTok that go around and like mass report things they don't like. And I think VTubers are just on like the eternal TikTok shit list. just from what I've heard. I mean, at least that's what makes sense to me, I think. Almost got addicted to RimWorld, but I managed to not by looking at my backlog. I have so many games I want to play. I don't know why I picked House Flipper to get addicted to out of nowhere. Civ, though, has like 300-something achievements, so I will never finish that game. Ever. If I do, something's wrong with me. Used Kden Live for editing in the past. I don't know how good it is as a whole, but it's free, and I think open source. I've never heard of that one. Where's my notes at? I'm writing that down. Kden Live. There. I'll remember to check that out. Do not think the TikTok cloud is worth the toxicity. Yeah. It also really depends on like what audience you end up running into on TikTok. Because, yeah, there's some gnarly, yeah. Not quite sure if it's worth it, but it is also a very easy way to, like, get your name out there. But then I run into that thing where I'm not really sure I want my name out there, per se. Like, that's not, like, my priority, I guess. Choo-choo! Oh, look at that cutie boats. I love the little dolphin! Little clapping dolphin. It's so freaking cute! Oh yeah, and DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, that's the other one I know. That's one I need to learn. Mostly kids that's really the audience. We say there's mostly kids on TikTok, but that's not really true. There's just a lot. But there's a lot of, like, not kid-friendly content on TikTok. It's just, that depends on where the algorithm pushes you, but TikTok's weird, and its algorithm is very weird. I still don't know how I feel about it. Just finished Hollow Knight last night, my god. For someone who knew but nothing about the game, I'll be getting Silk Song one day. I still need to play Hollow Knight. I think I have that in my backlog, too. Ooh, I like this one. Let's see. Vinky also has plugins, even for the free version, making it super strong. Highly recommend it. Ooh. Yeah, it's just I need to learn it. That's the thingy. I need to get around to actually learning it. Remember the days of YouTube for kids where... Yep. It's like... And right now I heard that, like, horror video makers and, like, basically everyone is getting demonetized on YouTube now. Anyone that has, has videos with, like, excessive violence or anything, or, like, any, like, violent video games like that. I don't know how true that is, or whether or not it's just, like, paranoia, but apparently it's pretty bad. So it's like, what even is the point of YouTube Kids at this point? Kids use TikTok, but their presence isn't official because their demographic falls on the radar. Yeah. But I feel like that's kind of true, like, about the internet in general. Kind of always has been since the beginning of time. I don't think kids should be around on the internet, but, you know, you can't stop them, I guess. But back in my day, we just, I don't know. When I was a kid, I didn't advertise that I was a kid everywhere. Maybe that's just, I don't know, maybe that's just the thing of the times. But back in my day, it was like, you didn't interact with people. You knew better. Recent experiments have proved that the YouTube censoring is legit. Oh, damn. Well, rip any horror channels. Rip my channel one day when it eventually gets monetized. I'll get instantly demonetized. For all the horror games we played. Scorn alone? The Suffering? Oh, jeez. My channel's toast. And it's not it's toast and it hasn't even gotten started yet. Immune to demonetization because I'm not monetized. Yeah, see? I'm not even monetized. I'm not even monetized and I already know I'm gonna get demonetized. Anyone that swears in the first 15 seconds is getting demonetized now. See, it used to be 30 seconds, I thought, that you couldn't swear in. But now it's like the first 15 seconds and, like, if you do it excessively throughout the whole video. No cursing the first 15 seconds. New thing. Yeah, it's a new thing. TikTok appeals to kids a lot more than, like, the sites we frequented as children. TikTok is... So that's the weird thing with TikTok, is that its algorithm appeals to everyone. Like, it's so strange. And I didn't really get it while I was doing, while I was looking at TikTok on desktop, because it's very broken on desktop. But as soon as I got it on mobile, it was weird how quickly the algorithm picked up on things that I liked. And I saw how very easy it was to fall into, like, certain rabbit holes. So I think depending on, like, who you are, it's just that it finds something appealing for everyone. And that includes, yeah, kids. TikTok never appealed to me, that's why I stopped. That's fair. Like, mine immediately tried to show me, like, animal videos, and, like, retro games, and goth stuff, and metal music, and I'm like, where are you picking up on this stuff? This was after I only, like, swiped through a few videos. It was really strange. But, yeah, totally different experience on desktop. It just didn't even do anything. Didn't even do anything on desktop. Back in my day, we were all socially awkward introverts. Back in my day, I still am. I still am that way. Little Brothers 5 or 6 watches YouTube Let's Players that swear a lot and watches Mr. Beast clones. Yeah, I have a cousin that was watching, like, prank videos or something, and I was like, oh god, no. And he's, like, a baby. He's, like, I think at the time he was, like, 6 or 7. And he was watching that stuff, and I'm like, what, how do your parents even know that you're doing this? Getting strikes for a non-monetized channel reading visual novels to the point that I ended up stopping making videos. Damn, that sucks. I try not to curse while streaming. I'm afraid of YouTube. Yeah, I can't stop myself from cursing when I feel the need to, so... Oh well. Rip my monetization if that ever happens. The advertiser hive mind. Just choose to use 99% of social media out of principle. I mean, honestly, it's the sanest thing for your mental health. Use TikTok for advertising my channel and done videos about stuff in my home. Yeah, that's... If I ever were to use, TikTok, it basically would be to just promote my Twitch. Benji's watching stream on the toilet. On the throne, Benji.
Stay a while
Exposed.
and listen.
Absolutely covered in syrup. Just resubscribed for 6 months. Welcome back. Now take this support.
Thank you so
Dairy
much.
Fire.
6 months. Thank you, Syrup. I missed you all too. I say fuck way too much for YouTube to pay me. Oh, it's true though. I have a lot of my videos demonetized for like music and stuff too, like or would be demonetized. Or partially blocked. I get that one too, where it's like partially blocked in some countries, depending on the game I'm playing. At least Twitch pays for safe. True. One of the only ways that Twitch is better than YouTube at the moment. Let's see. Hey, Great Jumbo, I see you there. Hey, look who's back. It's me. And it's you. It's everybody. YouTube just loves firing that demonetization cannon. Yup. It loves those little yellow dollar signs. Ugh. Anyway. Oh my god, it's 25 minutes in already. At least I'm actually growing on Twitch. They just want free content. True, they just want the content on their platform. But yeah, we're playing Diablo 2 tonight, and yeah, I'm still trying to reacclimate to streaming and stuff. One thing, real quick, I looked through the Diablo 2 manual to see if there was any, like, cool lore bits and stuff, and there isn't really in the same sense as, like, the first game. There's mostly, like, lore pages on, like, the different classes and stuff, but one cool thing I thought was neat is there's a map. There's a map of Sanctuary in this, in the manual for D2. And you can kind of see, let me zoom in a little bit more. You can see the trajectory, the route that Diablo takes in this game. And we can see, like, where we are relative to Tristram from the first game. I thought this was neat. Because we start here we go from here to Luco Lane to Kurast, and then, hell. And then Mount Ari all the way up here. And the first game was here in Tristram. But I thought it was neat that the map also shows, like, the ruins of Inarius' cathedral and stuff, and, like, locations that are totally not even in the games at all. Yet. But it's cool that they're there. Let's see. Did you know statistics show that you grow on Twitch as a new streamer at least 15% faster than streaming on YouTube? Oh, wait! It took me that took me way too long. The punchline! Ah! Thank you for that, Pink. Hope this stream can finally get me into Diablo. I don't know, maybe. It's one of my favorite games, and this one in particular is like, I don't know, super chill for me. Back when they made manuals for games, yes! I love the manuals for this too. Here, where's my... Rotate it back around. But yeah, this manual is really cool. It doesn't have as much, like, straight up, like, lore pages like the first one did, but there's a few cool things. Like, the descriptions of the monsters and stuff, and even the classes and abilities kind of have lore sandwiched in, like, in there. But yeah, not, like, full, lengthy, like, lore, like, fiction type things. Let's see, where's the classes? There they are. Yeah, see, like, they have a full lore page for each class, which is really neat. Let's see, you just got... It took Benji a little bit, too. Let's see, reminded me that the Final Fantasy 16 Deluxe Edition comes with a cloth map. Yeah, the Diablo 4 one, I think it also comes with, like, a cloth something or other. I'm like... That sounds super high quality. I still have my Elder Scrolls maps, even though they're made of paper and they're so fragile. Let's see, I'm so excited for that. Kind of reminds me of AD&D books, I like it. Oh yeah, like older Diablo manuals, older game manuals in general are just like, so old school. I love them. Like, this kind of stuff was what my brain would reference when I tried to get into D&D. I was like, oh, it's like character classes for insert game here. But yeah, I love this stuff. Let's see. But, I think it's time to get into the game. Oh! Y'all flying everywhere. I would kill for that Final Fantasy 16 Special Edition. It's so hard not to spend the money on collector's editions for the cool physical stuff, like maps. It's so hard! They released a collector's edition for PC. I don't know. It depends. The fact that, like, some special editions are only on for consoles and stuff does kind of suck, which is why I do get the idea of separating, like, the collector's box from the game. Because then you can, like, combine the game with whatever, you know, whatever version of the game you want with the collector's box. Like, I get it. Because that is annoying when, like, the game's you only get the collector's edition if you get it on, like, PlayStation 5. Which does kind of suck. Hey, Hot Rod! Sorry, my voice is still kind of going in and out because I'm still, you know, recovering from being sick. Hey, Hot Rod! Oh my god, I'm getting a drink. Happy New Year! Keep my voice going. Thank you for the extra hydrate. Speaking of statues, still very enthused about the new Silent Hill 2 Yes! Oh my god, that's like one of the good things about Silent Hill 2 being re-released well, not re-released like in traditional sense, but remade, is more merch. More Silent Hill 2 stuff. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Because yes, I am very excited for that. Even though they're so expensive and there's no way I'll be able to afford them anyway. More! Yeah, more Silent Hill stuff in general. I'm just so happy about. We're getting, like, so many games, another movie. Like, at least one of these things has to be good. I know everyone's like, no, it's gonna be terrible, it's gonna be bad, because bloober, blah 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 blah. I'm like, at least one of these things has to be good, though. Silent Hill interview with IGN made me pretty excited for it. Yeah, it seems pretty clear to me that Bloober's very, very painfully aware that all eyes are going to be on them. So I think they're very much going to try not to fuck up. They probably know there's going to be dire consequences if they do. Speaking of, we're getting more Silent Hill news drops soon. The original games are the worst they had to drop because they were half-baked, but they contacted even more devs for games. I have more games in the works now, too. Damn, what happened to Konami? Were they visited by, like, Silent Hill games past in, like, Like, what happened to change their tune about, like, forgetting that Silent Hill exists as a franchise? Except for, like, pachinko machines. Let's see, how are people complaining that gaming isn't fun anymore? What games are these people playing? They're all playing the same game over and over and being like, why are there no new games? They just need to, like, look around. There's so many games. I feel like every Silent Hill everything has a little bad to it. It's part of the charm. It's part of the charm that every Silent Hill is kind of bad in, like, specific ways. Their own specific ways. Even PT, the bad parts of it. Why you have to break my soul like that and remind me? Bracing for 6 new Silent Hill gacha games. I fucking hope not. Apparently this whole thing has been under wraps for 2+ years, that's why we haven't heard anything. I mean, I guess that makes sense. My mom tried to call me just now. Hold on. Ugh. Why is my mom calling? Oh. She's worried about my old username showing. I don't care. I don't care about that. Let's see. All they play is COD and League of Legends. There's definitely a certain demographic that only plays Call of Duty and then wonders, where are the other games? They're not Call of Duty games. If you're expecting anything different, you don't want to play that. Because that is explicitly their goal, is to never make a
just
different
resubscribed
game.
for 19 months. Sticks head out of the mud. Where am I?
You're here. You're here in the Nexus with us. Hey, Meg. How are you doing? Happy New Year! Ah, I'm so excited. How you doing, though? Happy New Year, Meg. Thank you for the 19 months. 19 months with Prime. Thank you. Hope you had a good holiday. Let's see. Never forgive Konami for what they did to Daddy Kojima. Well, at least Kojima's doing pretty well for himself. I mean, Death Stranding 2? I need to play the first one. That way I can be excited for the second one. The marketing for the first one was so good, though. Like, I don't even know what the marketing is for the second one yet, but if it's anything close to what they did with the first one, I'm just intrigued to see the ads for it. Let's see, they can't add you unless they have the numbers next to the name. True, and even if you did, I would just ignore you. It would not be the first person that I would ignore in my friends request queue on any platform. I'm like, I don't know that name. It will sit there forever until I either remember who they are or... Nope, that's it. Name one game. I can't name any games. Oh no! Not a real gamer. Let's see. It's called Mind Game 3D. I did, thank you. Hope your sickness is feeling better. I am feeling better. I'm just, every now and then my voice tries to go or I need to, like, cough or get a drink, but other than that, I'm feeling much better, though. Aside from, like, yeah, just, like, the little bit of, like, after recovery type stuff. Mind Game 3D. I don't know you. That's my purse. Alright, here, let's get into the game. Let's get into the game. I made you all wait long enough. And then we should probably adjust, like, volume settings and stuff, too. Yeah, so I was torn what class I wanted to play. And then I remembered my, like, big, plan from, like, forever ago to play Necromancer for 2, 3, and 4. Since we do have Necromancer in all 3 games. So I think I might... My taskbar is so busy. Don't look. Don't look at my taskbar or the number of tabs I normally have, or I hide my desktop icons so you won't be able to see those. You won't be able to see the absolute mess on my desktop. I hid it very well. Also want to say that the bot didn't do its job, but as I was typing it sent the notification 32 minutes late. Okay. Maybe it just needed to warm up. Holy crap. Taskbar shamers. Glad everyone's hanging out here tonight. Yeah. I've missed everyone so much. let's see. You can see what my current... Actually, I haven't played this one in a little bit. But, great new. We're gonna do it all over again. Oh, what? Am I lagging? Damn. That one screen lags so bad. What? That's so weird. I guess we have to get out of that screen quick, huh? 8 icons on your taskbar? That's it? I need, like, so many. Fills the screen with one extra large desktop icon. Just a singular icon. It's very dramatic, needs a lot of PC resources. Mm-hmm. Diablo 2, a resource hog 20 years ago. Yeah, I guess they wanted to make the character create screen extra pretty, I guess? Mama Heavy, hi, I dropped an alert before I hop into a VC with some friends. Just wanted to say hi. Hi. Hope you're having a good night. Hello. I hope you enjoy your lurk. And hope you have fun in your voice call. Veggie I hope he had a good time. I hope he did not struggle too much. Alright, so we're gonna... Yeah, let's think of a name real quick. So I'm gonna play a Necromancer, probably gonna go Bonemancer again, because that's my favorite build. What name should I pick? You're with him as moral support, so he was okay. Like how when she hit her screen. Skull Queen, Bone Daddy. I feel like one of those at least is gonna be already taken. Here. Skull Queen. Oh, we got one. We got one. Let's see. Tell you what, a good point. Headache's gone. The cure for a headache. I mean, if you relieve the pressure in one place, it relieves it somewhere else. Beefball, hey! How are you doing? And son! Holy crap!
Stay a while and listen.
It's because the notification went
Beefball
finally,
just
right?
resubscribed for 11 months.
Thank
Woo.
you! Woo! Oh my god, 11 months. Thank you so much. That's almost a year. That's so exciting. Skulls for the Skull Queen. Can't have a Lucid stream without some rye. You want some rye? Of course you do.
Want some rye?
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Oh, I love that redeem. I miss these streams so much. I missed you all too. And I miss streaming and being able to hang out with you all and play some games. Keep forgetting to buy some rye. Well, here's your reminder. Let's see. Yeah, hello, son, and Beefball, and Nibble! Nibble! I'm gonna sit right here if that's okay. That is absolutely a-okay. Thank you for shouting him out, Benji.
Nabel_X rated my
How are you?
stream
Have
with
to,
3
Nibble.
viewers.
Oh, you were playing Bloodborne. How was Bloodborne? Did you have fun? Did you win? That's not your first playthrough either, right? Are you doing like a challenge run, or...?
Stay a
Holy
while
crap,
and
wait,
listen.
what's happening?
Nabel_X just resubscribed for 20 months.
Tier
Hi Lucid,
2.
welcome back.
Tier 2, 20 months! Holy moly moly. Thank you so much! That's wild. Thank you so much, Nabble, for the raid and the resub. Holy moly. Hello, Raiders! How are y'all doing? I'm oh my god. I'm flustered is what I am. I'm Lucid. I'm back from vacation. And, only mildly still sick a little bit. I hope you're doing okay, Neville. Yeah, we carry you, Neville! How are you doing? Not my first playthrough. It's not a challenge. Just a casual replay, and I beat some good bosses. Nice. Nice. Pro gamer. Glad you're back. I'm glad to be back. Here, let's jump in. Oh, actually, let's play the first cutscene. Will I play the first cutscene? Or do I have to play from the cinematics menu? I'm thinking I'm gonna have to play from the cinematics menu. Whenever it decides to load.
Good day.
I will. Okay. Oh, this lag, though. Hold on. Hold on. We can fix this. Oh, here we go. It's on medium. It plays fine in the old mode. Oh my god. It plays perfectly fine. And playing in this mode. There's something really funny about that. 4K Ultra Ray Tracing. Oh my god. I mean, that's really funny. Let's see. Saw this message, doing good. A lot better than earlier. Yeah, and heavily, I know you were sick earlier too. I'm glad you're feeling better. Look at my system resources. Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. Let's see. What is... OBS is taking up quite a bit of GPU right now for some reason. Here, as you can see. Like, Diablo 2's not taking up too much CPU and stuff now. Let's see, what happens when I go back, though? Okay, now let's look at it. Oh! GPU is getting locked up. Desktop window manager, what the hell are you doing? Something weird and something funky is happening. Why is CPU using almost 8 gigs of RAM? I don't know. Something weird's happening there. Sorry, my GPU, what the fuck is going on there? I don't know. Like, what is OBS doing? That's taking up 43%. That's not right. Something funky is happening. I know I did forget, like, a bunch of my settings. Like, I had to retell it what my, my headphones and my microphone were. Maybe something else is turned on somewhere. Today is the day. Everything must break. I mean, it wouldn't be a return stream without, like, massive scuff. Should check the OBS patch notes. I deliberately try not to let it patch. Because I'm always scared that patching it will break everything. Every time. Let's see. This soundtrack alone is so chill. I love the soundtrack in these games. In 1 and 2. They're like some of the few games that, like, I don't turn the volume for the music down, and I just let the ambiance play. Instead of, like, playing, like, my own stuff on Spotify or something. Has everyone been sick? I'm still sick, but over a week, it feels like forever. Yeah, I think anyone that traveled, basically, for the holidays, or left the house at all for the holidays, I think inevitably got sick. It's just, like, it's so hard to avoid. Even if you mask up, even if you're vaccinated, it's just... Let's see, too much evil to render. Something's trying to update, maybe? Maybe, but I would assume that would take up CPU or something, but not the GPU. Like, what is OBS trying to do that's taking up so much of my GPU? I don't think I'm doing anything extra. Here, let me look at... Where's my settings? Video... Output... Like, nothing's changed, I don't think. Beautiful yet intimidating. You're supposed to be a vampire? I am a vampire. Also, hello, Burlington Gag Factory. What a name. Hello. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Let's see, PC has been weird on the CPU usage. Apparently it's not me. Yeah, something weird's happening with OBS, I think. I've been hearing a lot of complaints on Twitter, but now I'm seeing weird stuff myself, I guess. Getting fucked by allergies, normal shit. Yeah, my allergy season is gonna be closer to the springtime. That's when I'll be a sniffling mess. Like, your VTube Studio is taking way less GPU. Yeah, VTube Studio is surprisingly really light. Normally, OBS is pretty light, too. Like, not like 43%. And yeah, I don't know what the heck is going on with Diablo 2's RAM. OBS can be useless oftentimes. Sadly, yes. But, I mean, the alternative isn't much better, unfortunately. Is it using the NVIDIA codecs? Maybe. My noise suppression is using the RN noise. So not the NVIDIA. What else could it be using, though?
No greetings,
Oh.
stranger.
Burlington_gag_factory is now following.
Welcome in! Do you prefer being called Burlington? You try cleaning the gunk out of the mouse? I actually did do a mouse cleaning not too long ago. More dedicated RAM? I need to download more RAM. Yeah, I'm wondering, there was like a NVIDIA something or other for OBS too, right? Oh wait, skipped frames due to encoding lag. 1.4% encoding lag. Oh, that might be a hint. Something with my encoder. This is my encoding settings right now. My encoder settings. I don't think I've changed any of this since the last time I streamed, but maybe something's being weird. Just Burlington's fine? Okie dokie. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry we're doing like some troubleshooting right now. Scuff, 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 scuff. You haven't noticed, but by now its name's a parody of the Burlington. I did. I did. I noticed. I grew up in Maine, so I'm familiar with like the Burlington Coat Factory and LL Bean and all the big coat brands. It's happened to me today too, where OBS was just wrong, even though I never changed anything since last time. So something weird is happening then. It's not just me. I mean, at least that's good. At least it's not just me. But this is kind of a problem for, you know, if I want to stream, which I do. What GPU options do you have? Which one is 0? I don't know, it won't tell me. It just has them by numbers. What does that even mean? They're forcing invisible updates because they know we're afraid to update. Man, can you imagine? Are the encoder settings too high? Maybe. The bitrate's the only thing that, like, I tend to mess around with. Like, I had it pretty low when I was playing, Callisto Protocol. I had to lower it down to, like, 3500 or something like that. Are you okay using the NVIDIA encoder? I think I have to use the H.264 or something like that. I think that's what I'm supposed to use, isn't it? Otherwise, it uses my CPU like way too much. Solar disruptions. I don't even know what some of these other settings do. Let's see. Yep, I think so. The NVIDIA encoder's good. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe something weird is happening there, but I don't know what it is. No, don't save my changes. But yeah, I never have gotten this kind of encoding lag before, I don't think. It seems to be fine, at least when we're on the classic view. Maybe I just end up playing it like this. Hold on. It even has the old settings and everything, too. But then you switch it over and just everything starts to break. Here, let's put it on potato. What's the most potato-y I can go? I think ultra performance. No, there's definitely something weird happening. I think I've streamed this before too, and it was fine. Yeah, there's definitely something really weird about it, because I was able to play Callisto pre-patch, and it was better than that. So there's something definitely weird happening with OBS. Not with the game. Let's see. Fuck with OBS settings to make shit work. The memories. Ah, yeah. You ever consider doing a rigging stream? No, because I'm so slow at it. No, it'd be embarrassing, and I'd be so distracted. I'd be getting distracted constantly. Let's see. Potato helped a little bit, but still not perfect. Yeah, there's something, even right now, I'm seeing the skipped frames due to encoding lag. So there's still something weird happening. Slow as normal, but I get you. Yeah, like, not like normal slow. Like, slow, like...
Good day.
Like, back and forth, like, constantly getting distracted. Yeah, there's a reason why I wouldn't. Do you have VFX on your stream border? Oh, these ones? Yeah, I've had these for a while with only with the overlay on Wednesdays with this model. I plan on adding them to my other ones too, but I'm slow. Like I said, I'm slow. I come up with a project idea I want to do, and then I do like a little bit of it, and then I get distracted and do something else, and then I forget to come back to it. Same. It's a mood, isn't it? A sad mood. Like I wanted to do some like rigging today, and then I got distracted. I'm like, wait, before I could do more rigging, maybe I should put the jacket on my character. And I started doing that, and I'm like, wait, I have this table I'm supposed to put together, so I went and put a table together instead. And then I put the top backwards. So now I'm like, do I unscrew the top and try to fix it or not? So now it's just sitting there. I'm like, I don't know if I want to unscrew everything again. Anyway. Stairs and probably ADHD. Yeah. Let's see, just like me with my backlog. I mean, yo, I have so many games. There's so many games.
Good day.
I'll never finish them. I'll never finish all the games. Let's see, keep it backwards, it still works. That was whenever I decide to write, I have a really good idea in the back of my head. Oh, yeah. Whenever I wanted to write anything back in the day when I still wrote things, absolutely, same issue. Finishing all the games, good joke. Maybe if I were, like, immortal. It's like gain immortality, just so you can play all the games. Finally, there's time. Hey, Garbage Genesis! How are you doing? Welcome in, I missed ya. So focused on getting through my backlog that I wrote it on a physical pad. I only intend on buying 3 new games this year. That's smart. I honestly don't buy very many new games either. I'm mostly going through a backlog of old games. Like, the only new game this year that I'm really looking forward to is probably... Actually, there's probably a few that are...
Pro gamer move.
Oh, the pro gamer move? What was the pro gamer move? Oh, writing it on a physical pad and only buying 3? Now I know why you became a vampire.
Want some raw?
The true reason I became a vampire. Of course you do. Is so I can play games forever. I mean, honestly, that's a pretty decent reason, I think. How's it going, gamers? I'm wanting to play the game, but I'm also really wanting to fix this weird encoding lag issue that I'm having, and I don't know how to fix it. So I'm kind of stalling while I'm thinking. Was missing the rye. I missed the rye too. Dead Space Remake? Oh yeah, Dead Space Remake is one of them. And in fact, that's what we're playing next... Wait, oh my god, it's next week already. Because it comes out on the 27th, the day after my birthday. Because my birthday's next week. So yeah, Dead Space Remake. If Alan Wake 2 comes out this year, I would be so excited for that. I feel like there must be something else. Maybe. Diablo 4, June 6th, but I'm cautiously optimistic for that one. But I know I'm still gonna play it. I know me. I know me too well. Let's see. So weird. The GPU that OPS says it's running on with NVENC is set to my onboard GPU rather than my actual card? That's weird. I'm wondering if, like, OBS is pointing to, like, something wrong. I don't know. OBS is a nightmare. I haven't even touched in, like, a month, and it feels like it's changed things on me without telling me. Let's see. I'm only getting RE4. Oh, yeah, RE4 is coming out, too. I still need to play through all the original games, though, before I feel like I can let myself play that one. I'll still probably end up watching other people play it. Let's see. Happy early birthday. Thank you! Let's see. Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7. Oh yeah, the Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2 and Crisis Core Remake are also coming out too. There's so many games. Let's see. Think it well around Halloween, isn't it? I may be wrong though. If Alan Wake 2 comes out around Halloween, we are definitely playing it. So far the Diablo 4 stuff looks good. It does look good. What's gonna be the deal breaker for me is gonna be the story. Because that's what it was for Diablo 3 as well. Because, like, the mechanics and stuff like that, I got used to them eventually. But the story, cringe. But we'll get there when we get there. I will complain very thoroughly after there's context in front of us. Let's see, Silk Song, Dead Space Remake, RE4 Remake, Armored Core 6. Oh, yeah, wait. Armored Core 6 is already coming out? Interesting. I feel like I'm never gonna catch up for that. Oh, Crisis Core is already out? It's already out. Same brain. Everyone's like, it's already out, Lucid. No joke's on you, I'm not playing it. I only remember watching someone else play it back in the day. I watched one of the first Let's Plays I watched. It was like that, Kingdom Hearts, Silent Hill, and the original Final Fantasy 7 I watched Let's Plays for. Hold on. Let me look at my settings again. This has to be something I can fix. This has to be. Because again, these are just the same settings I've had with Callisto, and that game was nuts. With its just absolute lack of performance. Do I have an integrated GPU? I do not. I only have my NVIDIA. Time for my bed. Hope everything clears up for you, Lucid. Thank you for being here, Pink. Get good sleep. Good night. Oh, yeah. Gotta take a drink. Lee said that maybe Square will announce the Final Fantasy IX Remake on February 7th. Oh! Oh, it took me a second of rereading that. Wish Trill be the happiest person alive. Eat if you haven't. Yeah, if you haven't. Yeah, Neville, you were streaming too. So if you need to rest or eat, absolutely remember to do that. Test manager, you can check the performance tab to see which GPU is which. Well, I should only have one. Just the one. Yeah, like, I only have the one. I don't have an integrated card. I'm trying to think what could have changed on me. And I feel like it has to be something with in the encoder settings, because that's what it's saying I'm skipping frames due to. The only thing I can think of is maybe the bit rate. No, I have 40,000. Like, this should probably just be pointing to the only GPU I have, I would assume. Let's see. Is it look ahead and psycho-visual tuning? Psycho what? Wait, what are you referencing? Favorite game of all time might get a remake? Say no more. Say no more, you son of a bitch, I'm in. If I apply this, it probably won't do anything on... Nah, I think I'd have to restart stream for it to do anything. Oh, it was right above the GPU 0? Hold on. Let me bring that back up. Because I'm blind. Oh! Enables dynamic B-frames. If disabled, the encoder will always use the number of B-frames specified in the max B-frame setting. If enabled, it will increase visual quality by only using however many B-frames are necessary up to the max at the cost of increased GPU utilization. What if I disable that? What is this? Enables encoder settings that optimize the use of bitrate for increased perceived visual quality, especially in situations with high motion at the cost of increased GPU utilization. Have I always had these turned on? What happens if I turn them off? I gained 0.1% of my frames back. It went from 1.1 to 1.0. It did something. We did it, gamers. We gained 0.1% of my frames. We did it. That is something.
Pro gamer move.
The pro gamer move. 0.1%. Let's see. Oh no, I can't scroll in my chat now. Oh no, I can't click on anything. I think I broke OBS. Are you still there? Okay, you're still there. I can still see you, Nebel. Yeah, I can't click on anything in OBS now. Oh, okay, closing the window made it, like, unfreeze finally. Yeah, everything was, like, frozen. Perish the thought. Well, let's see if anything is improved with that 0.1% of frames. Nope. Okay, yeah, there's something weird going on with OBS, I think, tonight. Switches, which means it probably will do this no matter what game I'm trying to play, huh? Oh, wait. Classic experiment. Play a game I know that I know was the last game I ran. Right? Oh, wait, but I uninstalled Callisto. I got 100% of that game and I immediately uninstalled it. Okay, what's a game that I played recently that I know runs? That's kind of... Dark Souls. Dark Souls is demanding, right? Diablo just uses 8... Yeah, Diablo using 8 gigs of RAM is weird. But even with the game closed, OBS is still telling me that I'm losing frames. So there's definitely something wrong on OBS's end. I do still have Elden Ring, but I really never got that to run smoothly. But I know Dark Souls 3 runs smoothly on stream. So I'm gonna just jump into here. Oh god, it's so bright. Just to see if I'm still lagging as bad. Just kind of prove to myself. 1.2 for OBS frames. We did it, boys. We solved world hunger. We did it. Oh. Yeah, I see OBS yelling at me already. Because, yeah, if I can't get into this game, which, again, from just last month, we were playing just fine. It's still... Drop frames are pretty high, but the game is actually, like, running. Hold on. Where's my... Boop. That's still pretty high. No, but OBS is having a much better time with Dark Souls. Look at that. 24% compared to, like, the 40% it was at when I was playing Diablo. Why? I don't understand. Something weird. Yeah, it's like half the usage. What is so weird about Diablo 2 that it's making OBS react that way? What does that mean? How's my internet doing? Well, let's find out. Move this over here real quick. Speed test. Well, my internet's doing fine. It's too cool of a game. The game's too cool. We can't let it play. Here, let me grab a tab over here. Stream lag on D2 Resurrected. Oddly laggy to stream. Okay, so maybe it's not just me. Game has serious resource issues. Window hook method. Disabling anti-aliasing typically solves the timing issue. Very strange. So apparently it's not just me. There's something weird happening. Something strange. These OBS patch notes are a cluster. Oh god, you're actually trying to read them? Yeah, they're madness. All bacon-faced. Alt F4. Okay, let me try and get back in here. Maybe there's something else I can turn off. Let's see, OBS is definitely protesting against Blizzard and Activision. Man, though, have you heard about... Ah! What am I saving? I have nothing to save. Not even frames. But, man, have you all heard about, like, all the like, companies that are unionizing and stuff? Man, absolutely wild. Like, the greatest, like, side effect of all the horrible shit that went down. My sanity from troubleshooting. Saving that? Never. Wait a minute. Wait. It's running fine. OBS isn't yelling at me anymore. What? Did turning it off and turning it back on again fix it? Hold on. Let me try turning things back up. What? What? I'm gonna make fucking lose it. All we did was restart the game. What? What? Why did that fix it? I'm gonna lose my mind.
Wow.
Wow. Power cycling always works. Apparently. The power of restarting. I'm staring at my OBS skip frames and it's not moving.
Yeah. This is big brain time.
I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell. What? Oh, well. All I had to do was the exact same thing that broke it. Who knew? I just don't even know what to say about that. But, anyway. Initially, I was gonna come back here so we could watch the opening cinematics. Because I remember we watched... Because I played through most of this game the first time around. Whoa! Oh my god, what?
Absolute lie covered in syrup cheer Dex 100. Bits
Thank
for the
you.
bitrate, bits for the bitrate, bits for the bitrate.
Bits for the bitrate. Thank you for the 100 biddies! But yeah, we saw the original versions of these cutscenes when I played the first time around, like, gosh, forever ago. Like, probably almost 2 years ago now. Because it was one of the first things I streamed a long time ago. So now we can watch them with all the newfangled graphics, unless they lag. But we'll see.
Want some rye?
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
I love that redeem. Here, well, let's experiment. I'll press play and we'll see. We'll see if it lags. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, I love these cutscenes though. Turn my volume up a little bit. Fry for the dream beans. Spooner! These cutscenes looked so good before, but they look so, like, so good now. Waiting for the computer to explode. It seems to be doing fine now, actually. Marius definitely looks way better now. He looked barely human before. But that was kind of Blizzard's issue, like, back in the day. They didn't really quite know how to model humans. They've obviously gotten way better. The Wanderer. It was the Wanderer. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh.
Yes, now I recognize you. I should have known you'd travel in the skies. They're always watching.
I've been searching for you for a long time, Marius. I was rather beginning to think you didn't want to be found.
Oh, forgive me, Tyrael, please. It wasn't my fault.
Not your fault. Tell me, Marius, how was it not your fault?
The Wanderer. Yes,
It was
the Wanderer.
Yeah, the voice acting they kept from the original, too.
My days in the Rogue Citadel
Was always good.
long ago. I sought refuge.
Hey, Twitch boy! Welcome in!
Other outcasts behind the mountains past the eastern gate.
Happy Wednesday! You want something? All that fire everywhere. That has to be, like, boiling in there.
Days at a time. Before
Turn the
my
game up a
death,
tad.
the memories would return. Memories of the monastery. And the evil which had claimed it. Dreams, memories. I couldn't tell the difference anymore.
Me after any day at work.
Had the evil from my dreams followed me at my heels? How had he found me here? How could this broken shell of a
Might break OBS. I don't
be
know. No.
able to carry the weight of his
Hopefully
own
not.
sword? Be the burning terror which drove me to hide here.
He just wants to chill. So you can sit down.
He seemed
To have demons of his own.
He struggled to contain. He was losing.
Welcome back, Neville!
As I watched, I became convinced.
Yeah, I think he ate something bad.
Truly bad. The terror, the destruction, the evil I witnessed. How else could I explain them? Were these the demons
Tuesday.
from my dream, or were they,
Are they born within the
within
one?
the Wanderer?
Welcome in. Welcome in, Neko Rin. Happy Wednesday. So freaking cool. This cutscene was always cool. They just made it more.
Why did I follow him?
Yeah, he looks at the pipe, he's like, well, I'm done with that.
Things happen as they do in dreams. All I know is that when
He beckoned. I had to follow.
I had to follow him. From that moment, we traveled together east.
Always into the east. Woo! Quick, I gotta turn down. I don't know why the cutscene volume is so low. Oh, I love that cutscene so much, though. Oh, it's so good. What a freaking intro. Let's see. Legit, I would make jokes back in the day how he was having a bad trip. Yes, me too. It's like, what did I smoke? Surprised how long that waiter managed to go without dropping his tray. I mean, when you work in retail that long or in food service that long, you get mad skills. Resurrected has no difference with the original version? Functionally, not really. There's a few quality of life updates, which... Here, let's hop in. Hopefully we won't lag. Nope, looks like we're still good. But yeah, like one of the quality of life things, like a much bigger stash and stash tabs. But mostly it's visual. Mostly visual updates.
Some say that Diablo, the Lord of Terror, walks the world again.
There we go.
I don't know if I believe that. But a dark wanderer did travel this route a few weeks ago.
Let's
He was
see.
headed east to the mountain pass guarded
I
by
can't
the
stop
local
gritting at the
monastery.
intro cutscene.
Maybe it's nothing.
It's true.
but Evil seems to have trailed in his wake. You see, shortly after the wanderer went through, the monastery's gates to the pass were closed, and strange creatures began
The
ravaging
voice
the
acting in this
countryside.
game is so good.
Until it's safer outside the camp and the gates are reopened, I'll remain here with my caravan. I hope to leave for Lutko Lane before the shadow that fell over Tristram consumes us all. If you're still alive, then I'll
Let's see,
take
make
you
me want
along.
to pick up my barb again. Beats
You
Unga
should talk
Bunga.
to Karl, too. She seems to be
Yeah,
the
Barbarian was
leader of this camp.
my first
Maybe
class,
she
I
can
think, that
tell
I
you
played
more.
when I was a kid. Widescreen's good now? Yeah! Let's see. Still a little bit of lag when I run around a lot. But I did bump the graphics back up to high, so I'm kind of pushing it a little bit. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's true. I can't stop smiling when I watch these cutscenes. I'm like, I have to pause everything. The cutscene's playing. Figure out what it was exactly, or was it luck? Literally just luck. I turned it off and I turned it back on again. And it somehow seemed to work. For some reason. I'm still not quite sure how. We're just kind of winging it. We're just kind of rolling with it now. Thought it was a love of carnage. Both. I mean, it is very well done. But it's so freaking cool. Oh, the music and the atmosphere. Just everything about it is so great. And like, y'all remember when I played the first game, when I played Diablo 1, like that game only had like 2 cutscenes? Yeah, I think technically just 2. Yeah. But they're really good. But it's like they went all out with this one. Like, holy moly. Kinda like that with Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 is another one I can't stop smiling whenever I play that. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts always gets to me, too. Get a bit teary-eyed at the intro music video. Okay, I get teary-eyed whenever I hear Kingdom Hearts soundtrack, like, at all. Which will make it very hard to stream someday. I'll be like, trying to stream and be like, I love this game so much. Just crying the whole time. Still need to get back to Kingdom Hearts. Played one, I didn't play more. I'm setting up my TV and stuff to maybe make getting a capture card more feasible. To have like my TV set up on the other side of the room. I do want to play them. Oh. But when would I even have the time anyway? That's always the big thing, is time. Oh, Neville. What food did you order? I saw your message earlier that you ordered food. Hold the whole collection on Epic? Yeah, I don't know if I want to rebuy the whole series on Epic when I already own the whole series on PS4, but I don't know. The convenience of being able to play on PC is pretty nice. But also, I'd have to remember my password into Epic. I don't remember. I don't remember my Epic password. Oh, you got Burger King? Nice. Let's see. Simple and Clean still slaps hard for an intro song. Such a great song. Yes! Simple and Clean is absolutely still my favorite. Even with all the different remixes and stuff between all the games. There's so many different ways to hear it. Epic has Final Mix. If you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, I have the story so far on PS4, which is like a combination of 1.5, 2.5, and 2.8. And yes, I'm aware that Kingdom Hearts has absolutely garbage naming conventions. Keep it on PS4. I have it on Epic because I never had it. More optional bosses, more cutscenes. There's a lot of stuff that the Final Mix has added, especially for 2. Like, there's whole, like, dialogue sequences that were added into 2's Final Mix that almost, like, I feel like they kind of needed to be there, some of them. There is one really long cutscene with, I forget who it was, with some character, like, walking downstairs that takes literally forever. And it was not in the original game, it was in the Final Mix. And I have no idea why they chose to have them, like, take so long walking down some fucking stairs. Don't like the Final Mix enemy redesigns. Which enemies did they redesign? I don't know if I remember. Play Metal Gear Solid 4 long cutscenes don't scare me. Yeah, that's like got hour-long cutscenes, right? I imagine it'd have to be. Let's see. I guess I'll listen to everybody's intro. Let everyone say hello.
Hi there. I'm Charcy, the blacksmith here in camp.
A lot of Final Mix recolors that hit or miss.
Oh.
90 minutes?
Many of our sisters
For one
fought
cutscene?
bravely against Diablo when he first attacked the town.
Jeez
of
Louise.
They came back to us true veterans, bearing some really powerful items. Seems like their victory was short-lived, though. Most of them are now corrupted by Ondario.
Some foreshadowing? Mayhaps. Now, in every town, up until Act 4, I think, the original 5 classes have someone that will, like, comment on them. So here it's Geed.
Necromancer.
Necromancer.
I hoped I'd never have to lay my eyes on one of your kind again. The recent troubles in this area have brought out all kinds, I see. Nevertheless, your money's good.
At least he'll still buy stuff from me.
Gold, a small gem, is all I want in exchange for the equipment you'll need on whatever quest you might undertake.
God, the voice acting is so good.
Don't be shy. All of my items are guaranteed for life and come with a 2-day warranty.
A whole 2 days. Here, let me see. No, I already have the in-game stuff all set to max. Let's see, I don't think any game will beat Death Stranding unless they do something worse. Last cutscene is over 2 hours? No way. Like... No way. Like, one cutscene? Basically, that is a movie. That's literally movie length. That's a long movie, too. Just for one cutscene? There's no way. I have to look this up. I have to look this up now. If I want to watch a video game? How do you even stream that? You just grab some popcorn at that point? We're like, alright, chat, movie time. It's Stranding. Final cutscene. 2 hours. It is? It is actually about 2 hours. What? minutes. What the fuck? It's a fucking movie. Apparently you can pause and there are some moments you can move and all, but yeah, 2 hours? Holy moly. To be fair, most Quantic Dreams are like that. Well, yeah, those games are like all cutscene though. That's just like cutscenes the games. But 2 hours? That's just wild.
I am a Kara.
Yeah, basically a watch party at that point.
I welcome you, traveler, to our camp, but I'm afraid I can offer you but poor shelter within these rickety walls. You see, our ancient sisterhood...
How is the volume, by the way? Is it too quiet? Yeah, that blows my mind. 2
which we
hours.
have guarded the gates to the east for generations, has been corrupted by the evil demoness Andariel.
Andariel. Oh, the one way she says that.
She turned many of our sister rogues against us and drove us
Slightly too quiet?
from our ancestral home. Now the last defenders of the sisterhood are either dead or scattered throughout the wilderness. I implore you, stranger, please help
That better?
us. Find a way to lift this terrible curse, and we will pledge our loyalty to you for all time.
That better? Okay, nice.
There is a place
Oh,
of
hey,
great evil
Dwayne!
in the wilderness.
How are you doing?
Asher's rogue scouts have informed me that a cave nearby is filled with shadowy creatures.
Yeah, I wonder, does that count the credits?
Beyond the grave. I fear that these creatures are massing for an attack against our encampment. If you are sincere about helping us, find the dark labyrinth and destroy the foul beasts. May the Great Eye watch over you.
Our first quest. Baby's first quest. The Den of Evil. Oh, one of the other quality of life things I like about Resurrected? Being able to have the mini-map in the corner.
Oppose me. Beware.
Because that makes... Because I'm used to having the map, like, in the middle. But it's way... It's way nicer for streaming. I think. To have it up in the corner when it's a little less obtrusive. Look at the video, there's a gameplay in that cutscene. You're not sitting still for 2 hours? Oh, okay. So it's not like a... just sit there for 2 hours cutscene. There's actually, like, stuff. Skelly friend. Where are you going? You're just gonna run around like crazy. I think the accurate way to describe the way the skeletons behave is like a bunch of kids on like those pixie sticks. Just so much sugar. Let's see. Would literally walk away during those 2 hours. I'd grab popcorn. I'd be like, alright, movie time. Hey, Mr. Dark Souls! How was your vacation? My vacation was pretty good! Got to see family and stuff. Only downside was I did get a little sick afterward, but I'm feeling better now. And DeVove! Hey yo, hey yo! How are you doing? Happy Wednesday! Missed y'all. Twitchy, sugared up skellies just run around smacking stuff. Yup. But we're only gonna have basically the one for a little bit until I can get teeth and probably switch out my wand. Because we only get the one skeleton because of the wand that you start out with, which gives you +1 to raise skeleton. It's like, here, you get a little freebie. Free skeleton to start out. Oh, also quality of life thing I like, being able to walk over gold to pick it up. Because that was something you could not do in 2 initially. You had to click every single thing. Which is fine, but I did my time with doing that, and I'm perfectly okay with being able to just run over everything. I've done my time back in the day of clicking on all of the gold individually. 71 minutes of uninterrupted goodness. 71 minutes of interruption, no interruption before any gameplay? That's still wild. Let's see. It's true, you're selling illegal gummy worms? I am? How much and where? I love gummy worms. Metal Gear Solid 4's final cutscene has no interaction. That is straight up just a movie at that point. Yeah, partner, we're just talking about you the other day, wondering when we get to see your streams again. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I missed y'all. I wanted to come back sooner, but yeah, with me being sick and all, I was like, it'd probably be better for me to take the time off and let my voice and my throat and stuff recover, like, more fully before I come back. Let's see. Are you the one who bonks? I am the one who bonks. Such a good change, no more Diablo-induced carpal tunnel. It's true. It's so true. Who knows how much of my inevitable carpal tunnel will have been caused by just by playing Diablo. Let's see. Food's here. Okie dokie nibble. Final cutscene, no gameplay after, just the satisfaction of completion of the series. Let's see. For some reason I think Diablo and WoW are in the same universe. Technically they are, if you count Heroes of the Storm as canon. Then they connect all of the Blizzard franchises through that. But I don't know if I don't know if even Blizzard counts Heroes of the Storm as canon anymore. Thanks, I need to recover it. That's more important than anything else. Yeah, I figured y'all would understand. Which is why I thought it was okay to take the time.
Death within this place.
Gee. He's a genius. Let's see, if you subscribe to the multiverse theory, all games are in the same canon. True, you could just imagine, you could justify that, like, all games are canon in some way. They're all connected in the great multiverse of gaming. Oh, there we go. Teeth! Let's see, so I always put this on F1. I'll do that. I've got teeth! Let's see... Need some health so I don't die. Let's see. Found Death Stranding 2's trailer strange. Seemed to be more of the same, like an expansion pack. I'm not sure doubling down the formula is a good idea. I didn't pay too much attention to Death Stranding 2 trailer. Because I feel like I need to play the first game and then watch it. I feel like I'll probably spoil myself otherwise. Either spoil myself or just not understand what's going on. Super glad you're well and we're all here. Me too! I'm so glad everyone's here and having a good time and that everyone is okay and well. I'm glad that I don't need to pay attention to, I'll buy it no matter what. Oh, yeah. That's how I am. There's certain games where I'm like that too. Well, Doodle! Hey Doodle! Welcome Raiders! Franz Raid! And Kabul and Aelin!
Doodlefrong 863 rated my stream with 7
thank you
viewers.
for giving the shout out. Who was it that did the shout out? I can't even see who did it. Well, whichever mod did that, thank you for giving the shout out. Doodle, how was your stream? You were playing Harvest Moon. Oh no, Rune Factory 2, a Fantasy Harvest Moon. I didn't know Rune Factory was a Harvest Moon game. Did you have fun? That sounds like it was probably fun and chill. It was fun and chill. Nice. That sounds awesome. Welcome, Raiders. How's everybody doing? I'm Lucid. I'm a vampire playing... we're playing Diablo 2 Resurrected right now. I'm back from vacation and being sick. So, this is my return stream. Very scuffed for some reason. OBS was just being weird. But, it seems to have recovered, so we're just rolling with it. How's stream going so far? Stream's going good! Yeah, OBS was being a little weird earlier, but I don't know, it just kind of worked itself out, so we're just kind of rolling with it. It's nice to see you streaming again. Thank you! I'm glad to see you too, Doodle. I'm playing Rune Factory 2 in preparation for the remaster of the third game. Ooh, when's that coming out? There's so many remakes and remasters coming out. Like, I guess that has been the trend for a while. It seems like there's a lot coming out recently, though. And maybe it just feels that way because Dead Space remake's about to come out, and RE4 remake's about to come out. And Silent Hill 2 remake is eventually gonna come out. And Final Fantasy VII remake is gonna come out. There's so many remakes. Yeah, this really is like the generation of remakes, huh? Set to come out sometime this year. I'm waiting with bated breath. Last of Us 1 remake. I think there was a Horizon remake too, right? There's like so many remakes. Here, go play with that. Yeah, it's kind of wild. That kind of is just like the trend, I guess. It started with Disney remaking their movies, and now video game companies are like, we could do that too with all of our games. I mean, I guess it works. Oh, Horizon was just a PC release? I still haven't played Horizon. I don't know if I'm really interested in playing it, to be honest. Kind of, maybe for similar reasons that I haven't played the new God of War games, but I still plan on playing those eventually too, after I play the original games. Because I want to be up to date with the story, and not just be on the surface level stuff I already know. I want to know the deep lore. Let's see. Literal deluge of remakes, remasters, and reissues. Horizon's fun. Horizon was really fun. I think the open worldness kind of intimidates me. Which I know is ironic considering I, like, loved Elden Ring, and Elder Scrolls games are, like some of my favorite games. But even, like, Skyrim was too much for me, I think. Like, it took me, like, 2 years to finally just say screw it and do the main quest. Because I got distracted, like, with side quests and stuff for literal years. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it would be the kind of game I would enjoy. Someday I'll give it a chance. Alloy is a really good MC. Am I pronouncing that right, by the way? Is it Alloy or Alloy? Where's the emphasis on the name? But yeah, she does look really cool, though. I love her design. And the graphics do look nuts. Like, I've seen the screenshots where you can, like, see the peach fuzz on her cheeks and stuff, and I'm like, that's wild. Man, technology has come so far. Teeth. See, my strategy is I just upgrade teeth. And then when I get Bone Spear, I upgrade Bone Spear. That's it, it's genius. But you see, one of the things I really like, though, is Teeth and Bone Spear and Bone Spirit, they all receive bonuses from each other. So if you max out all 3 of these, and eventually Bone Wall when you run out of these, you just maximize your damage. So much bone. Auto-corrupt strikes again. Auto-corrupt. Aloy, Aloy. Okay, so it's Aloy. Not alloy, Aloy. Like, Aloy. Right? Teeth, fun movie. Oh my god, that movie was an experience. Of course you do. Yeah, Teeth was a movie. I did not watch that movie sober, let me tell you. It was something. It was so many emotions. Did you say Teeth? Yeah, the movie of all time. I think I went through so many stages of grief while trying to watch that movie. Like, just the sheer panic and like, oh my god, what is happening? Like, and then by the end, I think because I watched it with a group, and I think by the end we were all like, you know what, no, she's like a superhero, and this is her origin story. And you know what? I still think that. It's actually technically a superhero movie. Quick drink. Necromancer running on a skeleton crew, literally just themselves. Yeah, I tend to not do a Summonmancer, which I know is not very common, I guess, for Necro builds. I tend to mostly go solo with, like, just emphasis on the bone spells. Quack. An anti-hero movie? Anti-hero? She is a hero. What do you mean? By the end, she realizes she can use her powers for good. That movie was something, though. I should watch it again, just with, like, the hindsight. I don't know if I could get through that movie again. It's kind of like Tusk. I watched that one, too, and that was also very hard to watch. Like, I have a pretty strong stomach for, like, body horror stuff, but man, it's some of those are tough to watch. Discord movie night? No. No. I will not do a showing of Tusk. Or Teeth. Ow. Oh wait, it was already broken. It was already low quality. This is fine. Let's see, immediately doesn't sound very heroic. Well, the guy that she... Well, I don't want to spoil. Do I? Is there such a thing as spoiling the movie Teeth? Does anyone actually care about it that much? I don't know. Even if they are human garbage, it's true. It is pretty gnarly. But yeah, the dude definitely was not a good guy. How old is that movie? Like 10 or 15? It's old. Like, how old is it? Because I remember seeing, like, the box for it on shelves for, like, years and years at, like, Blockbuster and stuff. So I don't know how old it is. It has to have a plot to be spoiled. It has a plot. I'm pretty sure. It's been a while since I watched it, but I'm pretty sure it had a plot. Please be something good. That's pretty freaking good for a first amulet. 2007. Damn. It's as old as Mass Effect. 2007 was a good year for games. That's the only reason I'm like, why 2007 feels significant, I think. That means I saw it when I was like 8. Damn. 2007. I was 8. I don't feel like doing math. But yeah, I watched Teeth only a few years ago, I guess. Like 2016 or 17? Y'all are making me feel so old right now. 2007, I was... Oh my god. Stop making me feel old. My birthday's next week. I'm already gonna be feeling old. Oh god. The realization that I'm getting dangerously close to 30. What the fuck? It's not right. Welcome to age, suffer with the rest of us. I'm feeling it. I do have a January birthday, the 26th. Next week. Which my mom tried to send me a birthday present, and someone stole it from the front door. Thankfully, they're gonna try to like resend it, but still, fucking sucks. They took a picture, they left it at the front door. They're like, we left it in a safe place. But the picture that they took was evidence enough for Amazon to be like, yeah, that wasn't safe. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I haven't had a package stolen in a long time either. But of course it just had to happen with this package. Because the only other package I've had stolen was like a long time ago. It was like a Bath & Body Works package, which those are like really clearly labeled, so that didn't really surprise me, I guess. There was like a bunch of candles. But that kind of sucked. But yeah, this one though made me real sad. But she at least told me what it was. But I'll let that be a surprise for you all when I eventually get it. For really reals. Your 30s are way better than your 20s. That is one thing that does make me feel a little encouraged, is that I typically read people, like, commenting on, like, social media and stuff, being like, nah, 30s when your life really begins. Because then you're, like, more financially stable, and, like, just have a lot less shit going on than in your 20s. And, like, maybe that's true. The only thing that's gonna really suck is my back problems. Are definitely going to only get worse. Don't think I've ever had a package stolen, just been lucky. I think it also depends on where you live, like what kind of building you live in and stuff like that. Like the building I'm in, the front door is always locked, and the intercom at the front is intentionally unhooked so that no one can, like, let other people in. Like solicitors and stuff like that. So the package people, when, like, if they're not the USPS, because they have a key, so if it's UPS or FedEx, they get to the front door, they either bounce the package, or they give up and just leave the package, like, at the front door, just leaned against it. And, like, I live in the city, so that's just, like, that's just begging for a package to get stolen. But I've only ever had that happen once before, so I just got unlucky. Let's see, we only have one left. One monster left in this whole place. Where is he? Token born 2000s person. There's probably a few. Because of time, gosh, we've been in the 2000s for 23 years. It's wild. 30s have been legit best years of my life. I mean, I hope mine are too. I hope so. I still got a couple years before I'm there, like, before I'm, like, there. But yeah, I hope my 30s are good, too. Human beings, so you're valid. People in my neighborhood mind their own fucking business. It's quite nice. Yeah, for the most part, I mean, I've even had, like, neighbors, like, bring packages in and stuff to, like, into the building in the lobby. Which is pretty nice, but yeah, I guess every now and then there's, like, the bad luck of someone mean running into your package first, intercepting it. Where is this one? Oh, there you are. There we go.
Is that enough to earn the rogue's trust?
Got him. Alright. Now we can go back. Let's see. Born in 2000 on the dot? That must make it so easy to keep track of how old you are, though. Like, every now and then, like, the older I get, the more I'm like, how old am I again? I'm like, I have the such bad memory that I'm, like, Googling, how old would I be if born on insert birth date here? I hate to admit that I've done that a couple times. But man, being born, like, straight on 2000 must be super easy.
You've earned my trust, and may yet restore my faith in humanity. The reward is straight.
My 60s are the best years of my life, only barely being better than my 50s. I mean, 60s, I mean, if your 30s is when you're, like, finally financially stable and, like, able to relax a little bit and stuff, I imagine it only gets better, like, with every passing decade. I would think. I need a belt. And one of these. Yeah, let's go get a belt. Teeth. Just slap a point on teeth there.
What you need?
I need a belt. Belt. I'm trying to remember what the shortcut... There we go, shift click. That's the one. That's the one, that's the one. Let's see. When I was living near them, kept telling me 30s were the best, and goddamn, he was right. If you put in the motions to get your life on good track, your 30s can be wonderful. Yeah, there's definitely some good habits I want to try and get into before it's too late. Got lucky and started first grade in 2001, made it easy to track. Oh, that does make it real easy. That's so convenient. When I get asked how old I am, I have to freeze and think about it. I try not to. Me too! I'm like, yeah, I'm a... and I'd like take a second to like remember. Maybe an adult, but I'll never let go of my childlike charm. I mean, I think that's something you should always like strive to keep a little bit of, is like your childlike like sense of wonder and like ability to like dream and stuff like that, or enjoy things like toys or stuffed animals or, you know, stuff like that. I don't think you should let go of those things. Hell, when you're an adult, you make adult money, you can buy even more things. More merchandise, more collecting things. No one can stop you. No one can tell you no. I say as I've spent way too much money on stupid crap. Let's see. Never let go of the facets of life that bring you joy. Yeah, exactly. Dentist hater, learn local vampire secret here. Areas have been so exciting and far better than my 20s so far. Those were a nightmare. Yeah, my early 20s were kind of a nightmare, I think. Between, like, college and, like, just a bunch of other crap happening at once. Let's see. Hello again, Lucid. Is it functioning now? I think so. We turned it off and turned it back on again, and it seems to be working. So we're just rolling with it. You're always surprised when I say I'm 18 because everyone thinks I'm in my 20s at first. I mean, to be fair, there's not really too much of a heavy distinction between, like, when you're 18 and when you're, like, 20. Like, not really. Like, when you're in college and you're hanging out with, like, a bunch of people that are, like, around your same age, there's not really that much of a difference between you all. It isn't until you, like, maybe interact with, like, some upperclassmen, like, that are a little bit more older, like 25 and up, that you're like, yeah, there's a difference here. At least that's how I felt when I was in college. Like, I could only really tell, like, a difference in age when I was hanging out with, like master's students. Where they were, like, clearly so world-weary already. that was when I could tell the difference. Here, let's bring that Skella buddy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get over here. Let's see. I love plushies so much. Oh, same. In fact, Pink got me a plushie for Christmas. And it's a long cat. It's like over 4 feet long. It's so great to cuddle with. Let's see. Someone asked me if I'm aged. I just say yes. The only people who actually know how old I am are my family. That's valid. I still sleep with my blankie. I sleep with 1, 2, 3, 4... 4 stuffed animals on the bed, and 3 next to it. Which is, fewer than what I had a few years ago. Because back then I had, like, a huge collection of squishables. So many. But it kind of were a hassle to move around, between moves, so I ended up leaving a lot of them behind. Some people act like being mature is giving up on everything that makes you a child, and that's dumb. Mature is being responsible and stuff, not giving up what you love. Want to watch me some SpongeBob? I'm gonna watch me some SpongeBob. That's right. That's damn right. Wish I had the money to blow on random shit. Eventually you will. I know you will someday. Bought pants for $350. That's so much for pants. I can't even spend more than, like, I can't get myself to spend more than, like, 40 on pants. I got that Walmart brain. Let's see. 25 is when the brain finally finishes developing. Yeah, I think that's what I've read as well. But honestly, I think just by that age, you've just been through so much at that point, so much crap. The world weariness is like... It's obvious, I think. Let's see. Never give up my plushies from video games and internet shows I love. Yeah, I have... Like, one of the plushies I have in my bed is Angel from the Lilo and Stitch cartoon. Thank you, Raider! Welcome, Raiders! Oh my god! Thank! What were you playing? Thank you for giving
Feral
the shout
underscore
out.
rated my
Welcome,
stream with
Raiders.
18
Hello,
viewers.
Cinnamon Viper. Hey, Craig Current. Oh my god. Let me scroll OBS. Oh, you're playing Pokemon. Of course you do. Hi, Lady Mana. How was Pokemon? Did you catch them all? Are you done with the story, or are you doing shiny hunting? What you doing? We did art most of the day and tried some shiny hunting with no avail. Aw. I hope you had fun while you were trying to shiny hunt at least. What stuff did you draw? What art stuff? Done with the story, just shiny hunting?
Greetings, stranger.
Cinnamon Viper is now following.
Thank you for the follow, Cinnamon Viper. I like your name. Welcome in. What'd you think of the story, Faye? Now that you've completely finished it. What is your assessment? Did you find it fun? Because the gameplay is obviously engaging if you're still wanting to be shiny hunting and stuff. But what's the story? Was the story up to snuff? Ridiculously awesome name. It is. It makes me hungry. Something with cinnamon. But yeah, right now we're playing some Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is my first stream back. I'm still a little sick a little bit, but I'm hanging in there. Cause yeah, I was away for the holidays and I got COVID towards the end. But I'm hanging in there, reacclimating, getting used to streaming. Such a wonderful name, you peeps are creative. I love seeing some really cool, awesome creative names in chat. Oh, I love the music. I love just vibing in the music. It's like, kind of like jam, like prog rock kind of music. So glad you're feeling better. Thank you! I am too. I still have a little bit of a cough every now and then and my like throat like dries out really quick, but I've got water here. And I'm making sure to drink it lots. I probably won't stream too late either because I probably should let my voice and throat rest as much as I can. I'll use a minor one. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. You're glad you're most of the way through it, Lucid? Yeah, me too. I'm glad it didn't last too long. Like, I was worried about that. But thankfully, I mostly recovered from it. I didn't even get a fever this time around, either. He's very slowly approaching me. Okay, I took my drink. Teeth. I should be leveling up strength a little bit. At least so I can wear armor. Yeah, you're coming at me with intent. Practicing for a role in the Elden Ring DLC. Man, I hope that comes out this year. I'm so stoked. Let's see. And Faye, you didn't say what art you were doing. But if you had to go, that's perfectly okay, because you've been streaming for hours, I imagine. Let's see, I'm shocked that I either never got COVID or never had a detectable level of it. It could be that you, like, just didn't have, like, major symptoms for it. Because, yeah, that's entirely possible. Like, with this time around, I didn't have a fever. I just had, like, the sniffles and like a cough. But it wasn't, like, a really, really bad cough. Like, we almost thought it was, like, a normal, like, cold or flu until I took a test. That was the only thing that told us that what it actually was. And then for some reason, even though my mom and sister both had, like, the same symptoms, they tested negative. So we're pretty sure that theirs were, like, false negatives, though. Because that made 0 sense. And I took 2 tests. But apparently if you've, like, already had it, or you've been, like, vaccinated recently or something like that, then sometimes your antigen tests can be just, like, false negatives. Which is just weird. But whatever. But yeah, at the very least, I knew I had it. Hey, why even? Howdy! Hey, Cryptic Gamer! Hello! How's stream? Stream's going good. Was a little scuffed earlier, because for some reason, OBS was just not wanting to play well with Diablo 2 Resurrected. And it was, like, lagging super bad. But then I turned off the game and turned it back on again, and then just worked for some reason. Not quite sure why, but oh well. I'm not gonna question it. Let's see, tested pretty regularly because of reasons. Never tested positive. That's wild. That's so lucky. Sister got COVID again, and it just seemed like a mild cold for her before it lasted over a week with bad symptoms. Yeah, I think it also depends on what strains and stuff that we're running into now. Like, this particular strain, I guess, isn't that bad. Maybe. Thankfully. And yeah, I still mask everywhere, too. I'm still masking in public and mostly living, like, the hermit in my apartment. Oh, yeah, me too. Like, I went the entirety of last year without getting it, because I live like a hermit and I mask up everywhere. But yeah, traveling to see my family for the holidays, I mean, even fully masked and stuff, I mean, when you're flying, you're in a giant tin can in the sky with circulating air. And I think I was, like, one of, like, maybe 2 people that was masked. So yeah, I was screwed. But I tried. Hashtag I tried. Disease-filled tin can. Let's see. Gotta take a shower, take care of some stuff, so I'll lurk. Try to be back later, though. Okie dokie, Nubble. Enjoy your lurk. And thank you for the raid earlier. And thank you, Faye, for the raid, too. And Doodle. Live like a hermit because of COVID? Yep, that's the reason. Yeah, definitely. My life definitely changed a lot when that all happened. Got it for the first time like 4 months back and it wasn't fun. Yeah, for me it's every time I travel. So like every Christmas probably I'm gonna get sick. It's like spoiler alert for December/January of this year. I'm probably gonna get sick again. I mean, it's the only time I really majorly leave my house. COVID gets the one shot every year to get me. Lucid was a hermit before it was cool. Is it cool? Is it cool to be a hermit? Have I finally hit that time? Is it finally my era? Pre-order your seasonal package now. Annual sick vacation 2023, let's go! Yeah, but it's a sick vacation that I can't even, like, use PTO for, like, outside of, like, the regular holiday PTO. Which sucks. Unless I want to be out of work for, like, 2 months. That's a definitely recipe for me not being employed. It's gonna be sick. Worry I'll miss your B-Day. Should I put that on link soon? Made it get from finally too big to post without Discord Nitro. Oh, the one that you sent me? That was so cute, by the way. You can post them whenever you want. Because even if you're not here, I know you made it. Because you sent it to me and it looks so cute. And you put so much work into it, too. When do I get my wizard powers for being a hermit? I'm still waiting on them. Oh, you have to grow the very long beard and get a very tall, pointy hat first. Too many empty graves. What a waste. Just gonna mosey on in. Actually, I'm a little underleveled for Bloodraven, but we'll see. We'll see.
My army will destroy you.
She running around. It's actually easier to fight her, I think, as a Necro with teeth, because you can just have a pretty decent chance of hitting her. But my disadvantage is that I have a severe lack of mana potions. Let's see. Everyone's doing it, so clearly it must be cool. Here, be a distraction for me, will ya? Thank you. Alright, I'm out of mana. Time to whack you with the stick. Literally looks like a pencil. I always thought that these ones, the like, starting ones looked like a double, like a pencil with two erasers on both ends. Why the bark? It's the joy of being a hermit. It's only cool or uncool if you think it's cool or uncool, so you don't have anyone else around to tell you if it's cool or not. That is a very good point. There's no one around to tell me if it's uncool. Let's see. Oh no, I have to stay home and away from people. Well, I work remotely, so I stay home either way. Ultimate hermit.
Not enough mana.
And my work isn't really strict about, like, whether or not I have to have, like, my webcam on. So, like, no one ever sees me. Only one of my producers cares about, like, seeing me. So I only plug in my camera when he calls. Otherwise, it stays unplugged. As far as everyone else is concerned, my webcam doesn't work.
Not enough mana.
Well, there we go. A buckler? What the... That's it?
Blood Raven. Rest well.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Man, level 4 beating Blood Raven. I'm so under-leveled. But we'll fix that. Don't worry. We'll fix that. Let's see. Only have a crochet chainmail coif. I pronounce that right, coif. The C-O-I-F. Even though it looks like it should be pronounced like coif. Working on the beard. Put sushi in it because you know you love love sushi. I also proved Lucid back small. As a matter of fact, I ate sushi today. It was pretty good. Shrimp, crab, and mango. The wand of erasure +1. Don't even own a webcam. My company's decided they'd rather not pay rent so everyone gets to keep working from home. Yeah, I think that's why my company decided to keep everyone at home for the most part, even now, is... frankly, it is cheaper. They only bring, like, certain producers and stuff into the studio now. For, like, certain special meetings. Otherwise, they just all stay home. A phone with a camera, and that's it. Blood Raven's revenge is to give you sick gear that your class doesn't want to use. Man, I know other characters, I've gotten, like, yellow items from her. She was not feeling it tonight. Looks like they're on Sugar Rush. They are. They ate like a bazillion pixie sticks before they died. That's just how they are now. Summon skeletons are scrunkly and super excited to be there. I mean, considering where they probably came from before they got brought back, I mean, who can blame them?
Not enough mana.
You know, like, this is an exotic trip for them. There, one of us was gonna hit him. Let's see. Oh, that's not great. Oh well. Can't wait to get Kane, then I can identify all my stuff. Because yeah, early game I don't really pick up anything that's not a blue item. Ooh. Like anything that's white, I ignore. It's just not worth it. Because you're not going to want to keep it unless you like absolutely don't have any armor on at all. And it's only going to sell for like, what, 10 bucks? That's nothing. I will take this though, because my current cap is broken. Hey Morito! Welcome back, Lethal Missed your streams. I missed all of you too! How have you been, Morito? Hope you had a good holiday. Hope everyone's had a fantastic start to the new year, 2023. I'm gonna be mistyping it as 2022 for at least the next couple months. Let's see, if they had throats, they'd be perpetually squealing with glee. God, can you imagine the noises that a skeleton would make if they could, like, vocalize? Right, like a toddler in a fucking Walmart. Like a kid in a candy store. And they ate all the candy beforehand. And man, I've had set items drop from barrels, so you will see me break barrels when I run into them. And jars. Yeah, teeth. Teeth. Yeah. Let's see. Did the opposite. I picked up and sold everything by continually warping back to the Thomas Pound scrolls. I mean, you can do that. It just takes a lot of portal scrolls. Ow. Because yeah, you'd be doing a lot of warping. Because look at all this crap. All these white items. Useless. Now in D3, it's a little different. I'll probably pick up a lot of white items in D3 so I can scrap them. Because then you care about like crafting materials and stuff. There's none of that here. So the only reason you would pick up a white item would be to like imbue it maybe, or yeah, to sell it. Because Charcy has a certain quest reward later where you get to imbue an item and turn it into a yellow item, and it only works on white unenchanted items. So I usually like to like hold off on redeeming her reward until I get like an unenchanted cuirass or something that's like really high armor, and then I have her imbue that. Which makes for a pretty decent like armor boost until like late Act 3, I think. Look at all that money. Let's see, how was yours? Mine was pretty good. Let's see, had the whole week off that was sandwiched between Christmas and New Year, so it was very fun, spent time with family and friends. Yeah, I got to see my sister and my mom, my stepdad, and we watched a lot of movies. So that's one thing I like doing. Like, it doesn't require me to leave the house, and there's always something that I haven't seen. We watched a lot of movies. And a couple shows. We watched, for shows, we watched The Peripheral on Amazon, which is like a cyberpunk show. And, oh, the new season of Dragon Prince. I watched that too. Yeah, GameStop when it was mostly functional. The running around looking at all the games. Man, I miss those days. Just break shit in games because it's fun. Don't even need the promise of treasure. That is also totally fair. Constantly the full tome for town spells and identify. I sometimes don't even bother buying an identify book, just because once you get Kane, it immediately becomes like kind of redundant. Okay. That's a pretty good load. That's a pretty good load of loot.
Welcome, Outlander.
Oh, did I even not? Did I not get the quest from her?
Challenge the evil that's driven us from our ancestral home. But know this. Akara may be our
Don't know what the point of opening chests is. They're always empty. Sometimes they'll have stuff. You never know.
beasts in the wilderness to earn my trust.
Movies are good. They kept me from quitting my Dark Souls 2 plat run.
Bloodraven, though she was once my closest friend.
Yeah, I love movies.
That her tortured spirit remains banished forever. You have earned my respect, stranger.
And we got a new friend. You always get Eliza first, or Eliza. She's always the free one that you get. Which is good, because I think she's always... Yeah, she's a cold arrow. Which is good. Because you can get either fire or cold arrow, but you want cold arrow because you want the cold. Oh, it was a joke.
It is clear that we are facing an evil difficult to comprehend.
Oh, the reel just pops up out of the ground around. I get it. God, that took me too long.
Schooled in the most arcane history and lore, who could advise us.
When's my
His
birthday?
name
The
is
26th.
Kane.
Next week.
You must go to Tristram and find him, my friend. I pray that he still lives.
Returning to Tristram. But first, I sell things. Actually, did I want that? No. Whack. Yeah, let's see. What movies did I watch? I watched a bunch. I watched that Strange World, I think, that new Disney movie. Which, I was expecting it to be terrible based on, like, all the people I saw, like, complaining about it. And it was fine. It was perfectly fine. I thought it was okay. Maybe the, like, might mentally set the bar, like, in hell. But I thought it was fine. Like, I think my assessment of it was I liked it more than The Croods. And I think it kind of gave me similar, like, adventure movie vibes. But yeah, I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. 8... 20%, 20%... This one. Townspeople, no, we're beset by the undead. Necromancer with hype man, skeleton toddler. But like, he only eats Skittles. He's fine. He's well behaved. No. 2 is skeleton mastery. Nah. Nah. I'll hoard that. Move that over here. Actually, do I even want this one? Nah. Only 3 strength. There we go. That's fine. You see, the way your model fluidly glances at the chat. Hey, Jumbo Scorpions, I just realized that was you. Did you ever play Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance? I did not. I know a lot of people that like that game, though. I might have played a little bit on PS2... on my stepdad's PS2 a couple of years back. I might have played a tiny little bit of it. Child harness on the skeleton. The child leash. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I can see all my... I'm such a hoarder. Oh my god. Even in games, I'm terrible. But look at all this cool loot that I've hoarded from my other characters. My other online characters. Look at this. Look at this helm. But I can't use any of it right now. It's all red. I've never been able to complete a set in this game. I will say that. I've only ever like gotten like maybe 2 or 3 set pieces. I've never completed one. In all the years I've played this game. Ever. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Oh, you can also see all my money I've hoarded right now. Because when you're playing online, when you die, any money that you have on you, drop. Well, some of it drops, the other just disappears. But online as well, anything in your personal stash will also be affected, and you'll lose some of that. But for some reason, your shared stash gold is not affected. So I just throw my money in there, and then I don't lose it. Well, why am I lagging? Well, I guess it's fine now. That was weird. Maybe there's something in the rogue encampment that's like causing a memory leak. Like a chicken or something. Yeah, it was on PS2 as my fave. It's on... Oh, it's on Steam now. I should wishlist that. Because, yeah, while I haven't played it, I do want to play the Baldur's Gate games at some point. Because, like, I've seen the, like, screenshots and stuff of, like, the tieflings in Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm like... Yeah, I want to play this game. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested, please. And yes, of course, I'm very predictable being interested in the tiefling. Yes, I know. I'm aware. Chicken plus skeleton equals too much power. So what you're saying is if I want to have a secure financial future, I have to invest in shares and nothing could possibly go wrong. Got it. No! Also, don't take any financial advice from me. I'm terrible with my finances. In that, I mostly just spend it on, like, food. And video games. I pay my bills, though. I pay my bills. I've earned the right, I think. Yeah, I always go through the crypt and the mausoleum because it's like 2 guaranteed radiant chests at the very end. And they're not very big areas. Plus you get this cool visual. I should be taking all these. Ow. Let's see. Goth role-playing the goth species? Shocking. Wait, are tieflings considered a goth species? Is that a thing? Also same. It's a neat trick you can do in the first one. You can upload an older saved character to a game? Ooh! Kind of like what the early Dragon Age games did, until Inquisition. Where you use the Dragon Age Keep website to make a save. No! Get out of here! I refuse to pick up bolts and arrows. Useless. Just takes up space. Aelin, you won 5! You won 5. Just 5. 5 what? I don't know. Just 5. Let's see. When I play Dark Alliance 2, I'm gonna play the guy who looks like Chris Angel Mind Freak. Oh my god. Now that's gotta be a dated reference at this point, right? Like, do kids these days remember Chris Angel? Because he hasn't been relevant for a long time, right? Or at least I feel like he hasn't. Like, ever since, oh, what's that show? It was like the guy with the mask. Who was like, he was like exposing magician secrets. I feel like all the magician guys, like, after that point just kind of disappeared. That show was really cool, though, I thought. Let's see. It goeth without saying. Tieflings and Drow are the token edgy goth species. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense to me. That tracks. Oh my god! So much fire! Jeez Louise! It's alright, I lived. Let's see. I hate that I used to watch a show. Who, Chris Angels? The only thing I remember watching of his was when it was on the news, I think, when he did the, like, I think it was him that did the stunt where it was, like, a really tall tower that he was, like, that he disappeared from or something like that. It's been so freaking long. But I feel like that's the only thing I remember, like, watching. And that was only because it was, like, on TV at the time. Like, on the news. Let's see, you can work around non-warp over encumbrance by simply keeping a save file on the first level. Save at save post, load first level save, import character and cell, save there, load higher level, import character. Does that even sound worth it though? That sounds like so much work. Penn and Teller, I remember reading a D&D trilogy of novels about clerics, and man, the second book was so boring. Salvatore falls asleep between books. What was it even about? Why was it boring? Oh, let's go away. Watch this show on, I think, MTV. That sounds about right. That sounds like probably a channel it would have been on. Ow. Like either like an MTV or like a Spike TV. Something like that. Ellie! Hey Ellie! How are you doing? Happy Wednesday! I hope you're having a great night. How was your Christmas? And I mean, I've been technically with a lot of you. I've been still chatting with you all on Discord and stuff. So it feels like I never really went away. But still, I want to hear it all over again. How was your vacation and your holidays, and how's your January been? I want to hear it all over again. Doing okay? Just sleepy today? Yeah, I hear ya. I mean, I talked earlier about how I've been, like, no-lifing the hell out of Civ for some reason. Like, after I finished House Flipper, I guess my brain just, like, needed something to latch onto, and I guess that's what it picked. But I kind of, like, didn't sleep for, like, 2 days. Don't do that. Don't do what I did. But, yeah. But I went to bed last night at, like, 9 p.m. and I slept so soundly. I needed that sleep. So yeah, if you're wondering why I wasn't around at, like, 2 a.m. like normal, like usual, that's why. So I went to bed at, like, 9, like a normal person for once. And got some sleepies. Let's see. I played again with my friend. I want to treat his level 1 dwarf for the best things in level 1 store. You can't do that without a few million gold. I can't not pick up everything. Oh, I love that though. I love when I play with friends and then I can just give them stuff. Like, here, look at all this extra loot I just happen to have that I'm not going to use anyway. Here, let me gear you up. Just throw free shit at them. Love it. Bonemancer's so fun. You just throw teeth or bone spear or something out and just things die. It's kind of like Aura Paladins. You just walk through a room and things die. It's great. I love it. 10 out of 10. It rolls you into comfy blanket burrito. A burrito. Bear burrito. Burrito. I'm playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress and staying up a little bit later than I should have been. Well, as long as you're not doing what I did and, you know, not sleeping. Sleep is good. First book was about a monastery that a rage spell put on it that made all the clerics slowly turn against each other and accumulates with the main monk guy confronting the guy behind it. Saw us put that on TV a lot. Star Trek did it, yep. CW Flash did it, yep. Didn't know what book 2 was going for and I didn't stick around to finish. Man, I don't even remember some of the video game books that I read. Like, aside from, like, the, really memorable ones, like the Diablo books or, like, some of the Halo books. Or maybe just the one Halo book. I kind of only really remember Fall of Reach. Even though I read the other ones. Like, I read that entire, like, 3-book, like, box set. Only remember Fall of Reach, though. Let's see, Civ is really fun for no-life gaming, except it's really... it's early Civ and you have nuclear Ghani to deal with. Yeah, I'm currently the one that's, like, trying to do a domination victory, and my god. I'm on turn, like, 400-something. It's insane. Every turn takes, like, 10 minutes. Normal sleeping hours, like a responsible adult. So the past couple months playing Monster Hunter Rise, Sunbreak, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, Blood Fresh Supply, Project Borlock, and Cultic Chapter 1. It's a lot of games. No Life Dark Souls 2, got 80 hours or so in between 2 weeks. Nice. That's a really fun game to No Life. I had a lot of fun when I was playing it. Wish I could go back and play it all over again. I could. Technically. But I have other games I need to play. One dwarf, you can beat the game as a dwarf, and then you can start the game as a friend being dwarf. You can load your dwarf, double dwarf. Are the first 2 Doom novels? Ooh. How are those? Thinking about it, that might be why I was so miserable during the New Game Plus 1 and 2. Halo lore books? Yeah! They had the whole, like, 3-book trilogy. Fishy Bosh. Splat.
I am overburdened.
Okay, you might be a little overburdened here. Now I can pick it up. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I slide that to F1? Oh, maybe because I didn't have the book yet. That's what it was. Oh, the camp really likes to lag. Hold on. It's something in the encampment. Something in the camp is making me lag. That's gonna make it hard to sell things. So something funky's happening there. What do I do about that? Let me see. There we go. They're bizarre. Read them when they first came out before I'd ever played Doom. Wow, I can't imagine what with your first exposure to Doom being through the books, how that would be. Comes back in time to plate armor to help his poor self get the best mead. Also, mead is awesome. I don't know if I've had mead, but I assume it tastes like beer, and I don't really like beer. Does it taste like beer? It took a long while to think of Doom Marine as the Doom Marine instead of Flint Taggart. Finding off more than you can chug with them potions. You can never have too many. Maybe. I mean, they also sell for a decent amount of money. Mead is amazing and also easy to make. Never read the Doom novels, but I did read like 4 Halo novels. There's also Resident Evil novels, but never read those. Want to read the Diablo ones. I like pulpy novel adaptations of video games. I read the first 3 books that came out for the Diablo series, which were like The Black Road, oh god, Kingdom of Shadows, what's another one? Legacy of Blood. I think those were the ones. And then they had the Moon of the Spider, which the same Necromancer protagonist in Kingdom of Shadows is a Moon of the Spider. I think I mentioned before. I've definitely mentioned before, because he ends up making a cameo in Diablo 3, which was so cool. Such a callback to the books that only like a few nerds probably even noticed. And then there was the trilogy, the Sid War trilogy, which is like the prequels to like the whole series, and super relevant to 4. I kind of want to reread them, but I have such a hard time being able to read anything. Can be super sweet or semi-dry, tastes like honey and also not? Tastes like honey. Hard to properly explain. You can usually get it from most big box liquor stores. I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll try some. As long as it doesn't taste like too much like alcohol, because I'm not big on the alcohol taste. Alright, I'm gonna go to the town, and I'm gonna run and sell stuff. I'm gonna lag horribly, I think, the whole time. I'm gonna try and make it fast. I'm running!
Good morning.
Right. Gotta do this fast. Oh wait. I'm not lagging now! I don't understand, game. I just don't understand. I feel like this game is messing with me. I feel like I'm being pranked. 3 mana? It's nothing. Nothing. No. Alright, now we'll hoard these. Except these. Yes, there we go. Just seems like that corner. Yeah, maybe Akara's corner is safe. Okay, I'm out. Yeah, it seems like Akara's little corner of the camp is kind of okay, but yeah, the rest of the camp is cursed. And I have no idea why. Maybe it's the AI? No, but that doesn't make sense when there's like a whole horde of enemies on screen and that doesn't do anything. I just don't know. And so it came to pass that the Countess, who once bathed in rejuvenating blood of blah 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 blah.
And so it came to pass that the Countess, who once bathed in the rejuvenating blood of 100 virgins, was buried alive. And her castle, in which so many cruel deeds took place, fell rapidly into ruin. Rising over the buried dungeons in that god-forsaken wilderness, a solitary tower,
voice acting in this
some
game.
monument to evil, is all that remains. The Countess's fortune was believed to be divided among the clergy, although some say that more remains unfound, still buried alongside the rotting skulls that bear mute witness to the inhumanity of the human creature.
Oh, this voice acting is so good. Just always. Oh, 10 out of 10. Let's see, I'm getting a new book Friday. It's a sequel to my favorite book that I didn't know existed, or I didn't know the English translation existed. What book? Diablo fucked up that town in a lot of ways. Some people have no houses, others have space-time distortions. Lagging's a feature. That's what Bethesda says. It's not a bug, it's a feature. See, all this stuff is on screen, I'm not lagging, so I don't know. I don't think it's the AI specifically. There's something weird in the town, like maybe the fire pit? Oh shh, I just noticed the blue guy. Oh my god, he's fast. Stop. Stop being so fast.
Not enough mana.
Ha, I lived. Let's see, Let the Old Dreams Die. It's the sequel to Let the Right One In. I've heard of that one, I feel like. I think. It sounds familiar. But yeah, I never heard of that sequel name, though. So I could see why that would have been a surprise. But yeah, I feel like I've heard of Let the Right One In. I don't know anything about it, though. Let's see, I really want to find the waypoint. Because the stony... Oh. Alright, I guess we'll fight Rakinishu. Everything dies. It's like, I'm only now hitting level 6. But it, like, doesn't matter, really, because Teeth is so powerful. Like, everything's already dying.
Many spirits around the stones.
Oh, you leaving? Why even? Okie dokie. Have a good night. Get some good rest. Let's see, they made a couple movies out of it. The original Swedish movie was amazing. That's probably where I've heard it from. I probably heard it in reference to the movie. Oh, I got distracted talking. I was talking about movies earlier. Movies I'd seen. So yeah, I watched Strange World. I watched the new Lightyear movie. Speaking of Disney movies that I saw, and man, that was a movie. It's weird. Strange World, I had, like, no expectations of, and it's pleasantly surprised me. Lightyear, I also kind of didn't really have expectations for, and it disappointed me. And it was from the, like, weirdest perspective, too. My issue, almost entirely had to do with, like, the writing and the sci-fi element specifically being just really badly written. It was like someone looked at, like, the cliff notes or something for, like, the movie Interstellar, and we're like, yeah, just make that, but, like, take out all the, like, logic-y stuff. Make it worse. So yeah, there was a movie. And it's a shame, too, because it's a really pretty movie. I will give it that. And there were, like, a couple characters that were, like, likable. But for the most part, I was just really disappointed with, like, the whole thing. I don't know what it is with Disney and sci-fi movies, and they just can't seem to, like... I don't know, they can't catch a break. Going to sci-fi trope the shit out of this. Should have used some of the plot from the TV show. I loved the TV show. Buzz Lightyear's Star Command. Oh my god. That show was so fun. But I guess it's no longer canon at all anymore. So, RIP and peace to that show. But man, I really enjoyed it as a kid. It's such a shame. Let's see. What else did I watch? Who cares about canon? Yeah, true. You shouldn't really care too much. Let's see. I know the underground passage is probably up there. But I really want to find the waypoint first, because it makes it way easier to get back here from the Darkwood. And vice versa. When we want to go back to the Darkwood, I'm also going to want the waypoint there. Let's see. I watched a lot of World War II movies, like The Pianist and Jojo Rabbit. Just because I'd seen The Pianist and Jojo Rabbit, but my mom hadn't, so we watched those together. And then I watched Schindler's List for the first time. We just... buckets of tears. Just... I think we went through an entire tissue box. But... my god. I feel like it's one of those, like, must-see movies kind of thing. But I'm glad I got to see it with my mom, at least. There's the waypoint! Please don't lag, please don't lag.
Good day.
Man, the one scene in... I won't say which scene it is, just in case anyone hasn't seen it. But the one scene in Jojo Rabbit, though, actually, like, it was my second time watching it. And... for some reason, though, that one scene really got to me the second time around. Like, I almost had a panic attack. And, like, I never had a panic attack watching a movie before. So, like, I almost thought I was dying. It was crazy. Like, crazy intense. But just a testament to how effective that scene is. Holy shit. Let's see. Listen to Dan Carlin's World War I series again?
Yes.
I don't know if I know what, I don't know if I've heard that. You have a good relationship with your family? That's a question. I mean, with certain members of my family, yes. But I feel like that's a pretty typical answer, I think. But yeah, I'd say it entirely depends on who you're talking about. Because there are certain members of my family that I haven't spoken to in years. But I'm like I'm really close with my mom, though. And of course, my little sister. But yeah, what other movies did I watch? Oh, I finally watched that Knives Out Glass Onion. I think that's what it was called, right? Yeah, I think that's what it was called. And that was really fun. I love a good old mystery movie. Wait, I don't want this. I changed my mind. Dan Carlin is a podcast called Hardcore History. It made a series of 6 episodes of World War I. They're absolutely incredible. Really? I might look into that. That sounds interesting. Oh, speaking of history, that reminded me, I posted in Discord, but we're getting a History of the World Part 2, if anyone's a Mel Brooks fan. I thought we'd never get that movie, I will say. I never thought that movie would actually exist, so I'm pretty hyped for it. Let's see. It was a fun movie. You watched the first one? History of the World Part 1? Is that if that's what we're talking about still? Yes, I have. I think the only Mel Brooks movie I haven't seen... Robin Hood Men in Tights, I think, is the only one that I haven't seen. Hardcore History is the greatest history podcast ever made? Ooh, I'll definitely have to check it out then. All the Knives Out movies? I did watch the first one, yeah. I watched it... Did I watch it in theaters? I don't remember if I watched it in theaters or not, but I did see it. And I also thought that was a great mystery movie. I'm doing good. I love this music. I just had to say it again. Men in Tights is my favorite Mel Brooks movie after Spaceballs. Really? I should, like, sit down and actually watch through Robin Hood Men in Tights, because maybe I probably would enjoy it. I mean, I like Mel Brooks movies, like, in general. The first one was so good. It was. Oh. I'm glad that they're doing more Knives Out movies, like, and making it like a... And not, like, necessarily, like, straight sequels either, but more like... More like a Nancy Drew type things, where it's, like, different little vignettes, little adventures, little self-contained mysteries. I kind of like that format, making it more of, like, an anthology. Where they just have, like, a shared character, in the universe. I like that. I think it's neat. I just think it's neat. Unlike other Robin Hoods, I have an English accent. Wait a minute. Did the Robin in the Disney Robin Hood have an English accent? Now I'm like digging in my brain to try and remember if he did. Oh my god, the tree is literally next to the exit. Ah, it's so convenient. That is some wild RNG. Yeah, but how long will it take for me to find the waypoint? Ow. Oh, if you're wondering about, like, the signs of tremors and stuff like that, that's, like, the ladder gimmick for this season, which I don't think I can even interact with unless I'm in hell difficulty, so you can just ignore that, because we are in normal. Let's see. Might have actually been the best Robin Hood adaptation ever made, though I don't think it's very hard. True, I can't really think of very many, like, objectively good ones. It's kind of like King Arthur stories. There's like so many bad ones, only a few really good ones. Joke at Kevin Costner's expense from Robin Hood Men in Tights. Oh, like Monty Python and the Holy Grail is the best adaptation of King Arthur because the rest kind of suck. Yeah, like I was saying, I think my favorite though is Excalibur. If anyone's seen that one.
This tree shines with inner spirits.
Alright, let's look for the waypoint. You can only interact with the tremors when you beat Bale. Works on all difficulties. Oh, okay. Oh, I was thinking of the terror zones, I think, then. So the tremors are a Bale thing. The terror zones are the different thing, right? If I'm remembering correctly from when I googled it. Teeth. More mana. Yes. Never have to worry about mana again. That's the goal. The goal is not worrying about my mana level. Let's see, what other movies did I watch? Because yeah, I watched a crap ton. So many that I keep remembering random ones as we keep going. Oh, there was a horror movie from like the 70s that I saw with my mom called Burnt Offerings. And that was a pretty good one. It was like slow and moody, not like jump scare horror, just very like slow and almost kind of like a mystery movie that like unveils its secrets as you watch more. It was very cool. I liked it. I'm into those like spooky haunted house type movies. Stuff like the Others or something. But yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't, like, on any, like, regular streaming service. We had to watch it on something called, like, Pluto or something. So it was, like, riddled with ads. It was free, at least, but ads every, like, 7 minutes or something. It was nuts. But the movie was worth it. It ended up being really good. Made a bunch of eggnog. You became part eggnog? I freaking love eggnog. I can only imagine that must have been amazing. Especially homemade eggnog. I've never had homemade eggnog. Is it more or less, like, how different does it taste from, like, store eggnog? What is eggnog? Beef bowl. If you never had the wonder that is eggnog, it's like... How to describe eggnog? It's like a sweet... I'm trying to think of a way that describes it that doesn't make it sound gross. Yeah, there we go. Nutmeg-scented custard. That's, like, thin enough to be drinkable, like a shake. Yeah, like a nutmeggy, cinnamony shake. Yeah. That's pretty accurate, I think. But yeah, eggnog is freaking good. Ow. Hate store-bought eggnog, it tastes fake. See, I've never had homemade eggnog. I bet if I had like homemade eggnog, it probably would make store-bought taste like less good to me. It probably tastes as good as it does to me because I just don't know any better. I don't know what the other options are. I've not tasted the decadence of homemade eggnog. Where is this waypoint? I had such good luck finding the tree immediately, but of course it's the waypoint that's, like, eluding me. Give me that money. Money. Sounds worth a try? It is really good. I think it's worth the try. You'll probably only find it around, like, the holidays, though. Maybe you'll still find some in January. But yeah, it's typically, like, more close to, like, November, December that you start seeing it pop up in stores. And then it disappears by the springtime. But, oh, it's so good. And yeah, because it only comes out around that time of year, it's absolutely associated with, like, the holidays and stuff, too. Gives you all those, like, warm, fuzzy feelings. Effective marketing and whatnot. Homemade eggnog is super easy to make. Define super easy. Like, almost beginner level. Let's see, that waypoint. I'm pretty sure. Found it. Nice. Ah, very good. I will translate the rule of this scroll.
Ah, very good. I have translated the runes on this scroll. You must find the cairnstones.
And that water bottle is finished.
In the order that I have written.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Like, I can show the thing. Just because it's kind of neat. But I'm just gonna click on them wildly. Because who has time to click them in order? Very funny. Couldn't tell you the difference between store-bought and gourmet. Like, even between, like, certain brands, I think the only distinction is, like, how thin the eggnog is and, like, how, like, vanilla-y it tastes. Man, now I just want eggnog. See, who even needs to look at the scroll? Sorry, Akara, that's just the... Especially when you get that scroll, was just a waste of my time.
All that's left of proud Tristram are ghosts and ashes.
Now, I love that while we're here, you can hear the Tristram theme. Ah, it's such a nice touch. Also, the cows are dead, which is set out and they explode and injure you. Sad moo. Separate eggs, mix the yolks, cream, sugar, milk together. Heat while whisking.
Moo.
That sounds like a lot of steps. Moo. Sad moo. Moo. And everything's on fire. And everything is dead or undead. God, teeth is so powerful when you only level it up. And we remember Griswold from the first game. And now he's extremely strong and undead. And I think he also hits you with an amplified damage curse if he hits you.
Not enough mana.
Chill, beat the whites, add a small amount of sugar, beat the whites more, mix with custard, done. Maybe it just sounds like a lot. Custard and egg white seems pretty easy. Maybe it's easier than it sounds when I read it out loud. I bet that's the case. Place all these minor potions. Minor healing. Oh, I love this music. Oh, it's so good. $30. But 5 to mana. I'll hang on to it, I think. And you add nutmeg. I think you can add cinnamon too, right? Or is it just nutmeg? Talking about cooking is just making me want to bake more baguettes. I love seeing the pictures you posted of them in the Discord. All the pictures of the baguettes, they look so fluffy. There's this place near me that I ordered from because I was curious, and the pictures on DoorDash look so pretty. It was like this specialty bread place. Like all they made was like bread and like cakes. And I got like a 10 random bread thing, and one of the things that they threw in there was a super long baguette. But it was okay. It was kind of really dry and like hard and crusty. Definitely not like a fluffy, like joy-filled baguette. But the milk bread was pretty good. And here we have Wirt and all the money that he'd saved up. I guess he never got a chance to take Jillian out of this town like he wanted. But we can at least have his leg. Wirt's leg. Which we could use as a weapon. We're not going to because it's a terrible weapon. Instead we're going to use it much later. Let's see, traditionally just nutmeg, but you can add whatever the fuck you want. That's fair. Should try making some ciabatta. Did I pronounce that right? Ciabatta? It's a good snacking bread. Snacking bread. I feel like a bread like a baguette is like good for like dipping in soup or like scraping up sauces. It's like a good soup dipping bread. Oh, nice. And I actually am going to take amplified damage. I'm going to put that there. Let's see. Kind of like how when I'm playing Paladin, it's nice that I don't have to, well, because I don't use anything other than R's when I play Paladin. that I don't have to level anything into energy. Conversely, when I'm Necromancer, I don't have to level anything into Dex. It's just a useless stat for me. Because ideally, you don't want to have to be hitting anything manually, like, once you're past, like, the early game. Ideally. Not where you can just stand here and just shoot teeth out.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I have to look into that. Normally make French toast with old baguettes. The idea was to make them soft and fluffy so they're more edible again. Really? French toast with baguettes? Oh, that'd be tart. I love this game's soundtrack so much. That's interesting. I've only ever had... Well, I guess I've had French toast a few ways. Normally, the good French toast I've had has been like Texas toast, so like the thick toast. It's basically like thick white bread. My mom tried sourdough French toast. It was weird. You could taste the sourness. And it kind of was not great. It was an experiment, though. Right. Back to town. Nope, I didn't mean to cast that twice.
The Order welcomes you.
Let's see. Clear out my inventory for... Actually, we have Kane here, don't we? Oh no, I didn't free him. I forgot to let him down.
Help.
The whole reason I was here.
Kane, if you value your life, leave here immediately.
Even though I've already killed everything here. Oh, I'll waste another portal.
As a token of my gratitude,
Twice the portal just means twice as fast, right? Yeah, that's how that works. It's like missing Sten in Dragon Age. The fact that you can even miss so many of those NPCs is so sad. This lag!
Our greatest fears have come to pass. Diablo, the Lord of Terror, has once again been set loose.
Is the audio at least not lagging?
As you know, some time ago,
wow, there's lag!
When our hero emerged triumphant from the labyrinth beneath town, we held a grand celebration that lasted
Audio's fine?
several
Okay.
days.
At least there's that.
Yet, as the weeks passed, our hero became increasingly
Because this is when we learn about the actual plot of the game.
rest of the townsfolk and seemed to lapse into a dark, brooding depression. I thought that perhaps his ordeal had been so disturbing.
She is talking about us from the first game, canonically the warrior.
The hero seemed more tormented every passing
I do
day.
wonder what causes lag in this
I remember
area.
He awoke many times, screaming
Could it be the
in
fire
night.
pit?
Always something about the east. One day he simply left, and shortly thereafter Tristram was attacked by legions of foul demons. Many were slain, and the demons left me to die in that cursed cage. I believe now that Tristram's hero was that dark wanderer who passed this way before the monastery fell.
Yeah, it's probably something weird in the scripting, somewhere around
I fear
here.
that Diablo has taken possession of the hero who sought to slay him. If true, Diablo will become more powerful than ever before. You must stop him, or all will be lost.
Cool story. Yeah, see, it's better over here. I'm wondering if it's that fire pit. I don't know. So it's whatever it is, it's by Charcy, and it's in the middle of the camp. But it's not over by Akara.
Greetings.
That's so weird. I feel like it has to be something with the fire. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. I think. Let's see. Old Let's Player accidentally missed Leliana. I was so sad. Oh, God, that is so sad. Anyone who misses, like, Leliana or Zevran is, like, missing out on, like, the best parts of the game. I always romance Zevran. That's because weird scripting or something like that. Opening sequence in Skyrim with mods. Don't know the exact percent, but Baguette though is also quite a high hydration. What do you mean? Like it's a moist bread?
Hello.
Like a moist dough?
You have risked your life to rescue Cain. For that we thank you.
Yes, I've already sought his counsel. Well, it's a ring. I didn't have any ring before. No, I don't want to do that. You only get one stat reset. You get one respec per difficulty. It's so generous, and you only got that in the expansion too. Hey, Venji! Hey, Lucid, want a cookie? I got a cookie. It's chocolate chip. I don't like chocolate chip though, Venji. But I appreciate the thought though. You ever see Freddy Got Fingered? Funniest movie ever. I mean, I'm sure some people thought it was funny. But I'm pretty sure that movie was intentionally made to not be funny. The rare instance of a movie that desperately wanted to not be funny. But, like, intentionally so. It was kind of a more of a middle finger movie. Like a middle finger to, like, I think corporate executives or something? Kind of a, look, you gave me all this money, I'm gonna make absolute garbage just to fuck with you. Yeah, Tom Green was a character. Guess this is all I want from him. For now. One reset as a treat. Yeah, a very generous treat that, again, they didn't even give you until Lord of Destruction. Along with, like, most of this chest space. But now we even have all this shared loot. Oh, so much space for me to hoard things. Oh, I need to resurrect my buddy.
Greetings.
I'll put that to good use.
Put that to good use.
Yes, you will. Oh, I should repair. Oh, and...
When I fled the monastery, I left behind the Herodric Malice, my enchanted smithing hammer. If you can retrieve it for me, I'll use its magic to strengthen your equipment.
I love Charcy. She's so sweet. Put the money away. We're not going to use that. We're going to use the waypoint. Boop. Let's see. Now, I know you love chocolate chip. No, I don't. This is leading up to some sort of joke, isn't it? It's almost like a movie that kept trolling the audience and the people who handed him money. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what the intent was. Norm baguettes have something like 65 to 70. It's been a bit since I made either, so I could be wrong. Only thing I remember of the movie is gross out gore of literally nowhere and Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? Yeah, that and two specific scenes I'm not going to mention here. But yeah, those are like the three most memorable parts of that movie. Easily. Kept having this running gag of Tom Green accidentally injuring a child every time you see the kid. He's more and more banned. Okay, that actually is a funny running gag. He's like more and more injured as the movie goes on. And it is kind of a funny running gag. There's a few funny like bits in that movie, but like the overall movie is a struggle to get through. It's not like a movie you would ever recommend anyone watch. The movie is an atrocity. Yeah, it's bad. But again, it's kind of intentionally bad, so I mean, at least it accomplishes what it set out to do. So I kind of gotta hand it to it for that, I think. Never saw that movie because I thought the name was dumb. Guess I got lucky? Yes. Feel sorry for Drew Barrymore? Oh my god, yeah, that's right. Because they were in a relationship too during that too, right? God, just what a nightmare. Nightmare. Yeah, they were together at the time. And, like, the one scene that she's into is, like, really weird, like, color grading. That whole movie's just weird. It's just so bizarre. Tom Green was a big deal. Yeah, there's like, a genre of, like, annoying comedy. I don't know how else to describe it. Just, like, comedy that was, like, intentionally trying to annoy you. Like, in the 90s. I don't know why that was, like, a thing. But it definitely was, and Tom Green was definitely, like, the guy for that.
I need mana.
I sure do. It was trolling before the internet? Basically. You know what? Yeah, it was kind of, like, ahead of its time, I guess, in that way. Because a lot of, like, the Tom Green, like, segments that he would do, where he would, like, walk around, like, cities, like, annoying people, is absolutely, like, what, like, modern-day, like, YouTube pranksters and stuff, and would absolutely be doing the same crap.
I need mana.
So, I guess, in a way, kind of weirdly ahead of its time, in, like, the worst way possible. Okay, I'm good. I just remembered that my dad tried to get me to watch it by telling me it was a Nightmare on Elm Street sequel. That's so mean. It didn't work on me, though. Good. Like the theory that Red Letter Media has about Freddy Got Fingered, where the whole movie is him pranking the studio who gave him a budget. I think that's totally true, and yes, I've seen that video. They're jewels, Penny. They're jewels. I got them all for you. But Corey, I don't care about jewels. That movie's... Oh my god. In context, that scene is... Oh my god. That movie's a trip. Not necessarily a good trip, but it's a trip. Kind of like, Oh, what was that other 90s movie that was fucking terrible? Is where these guys were... Biodome? Was that what it was called? Where these two, like, dumbasses are, like, trapped in a like, a scientific biodome and, like, just annoying everyone around them. Yes, it was Biodome I was thinking of. That's also a fucking terrible movie. Yeah, with Pauly Shore. Oh my god. I love how the universal reaction is fuck that movie. It's such a specific visceral reaction to that movie. Knew a girl who really digged Tom Green. God bless her. She was cool. Movie's a trip down 15 floors worth of stairs, and then you get eggs fired at you from a cannon and kicked in the nuts. Accurate. Polly, yeah, he did do that Pinocchio one. He's like, but father, I want to go out and see the world. Like that one. I don't know if I want to watch that movie, but the trailer looks so fucking hilarious. Oh, but I did watch, finally, the other night, watch the new, the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio, and oh my god, it's so good. It's so good, but it was so sad. But it was very good. I liked it. So good, yes! But father, I want to go out and see the world. Yeah, I've seen the clips, and that alone is, like, so good. Let's see, the Del Toro movie is on my list. It's so good. Highly recommend. Make sure you have a box of tissues. That's like just how, like, original it is for, like, a Pinocchio adaptation. It has so many, like, interesting and original ideas in it. And that's something I really love about Guillermo del Toro's works in general. Just such a great director. Enjoyed the Del Toro Pinocchio, but I didn't like some of the musical numbers. You don't need to be Walt Disney. I was a little surprised, I think, that it was musical. But I didn't mind the songs. And heck, the context of a couple of them did, like, bring me, like, tears.
Not enough mana.
Need more mana.
I need mana.
God, these things take so much health. It's not even worth it. Mid-warning of the Del Toro movie, though, expect Nazis. Yeah, it is set during World War II, and it's very much, thematically one of the points in the movie that's trying to make about, like, war and stuff like that. But yeah, I won't spoil by going into any details. Let's see, can we acknowledge that Guillermo del Toro is a fucking delightful treasure of a human being? Just want to hug that guy. He does seem like such a nice dude. Like, I love the... Oh, what? It was the story about, like, him on the set of Pan's Labyrinth, I think, and the little girl, couldn't pronounce his name. So he let her call him, Totoro-san. Like, ah, it's so fucking cute! It's so sweet! But yeah, I've been a stan. I stan Del Toro. And Shape of Water, oh, that movie. That movie was great. I love that movie. Great movie. 10 out of 10. Like, can that man do any wrong? I sure fucking hope not. Saw My Neighbor Totoro in a cinema before my baby brain formed long-term memories. I actually didn't see My Neighbor Totoro until I was a little older. I was like a teenager when I finally saw that one. Nah, my first Ghibli movies were Kiki's Delivery Service and Princess Mononoke, which I still love those so much. In fact, the one I grew up with too, the Kiki's Delivery Service one, was the one that had like the dub specific songs, and like they changed all that when they re-released it recently. Now it's got the original songs in it, but I kind of like the old dub. There's something about it that just kind of, I don't know, maybe it's the nostalgia. But like the I'm so red, like I can't right now because my throat's still fucked. But I like that soundtrack, dang it. I think it added something different. Let's see. Shape of Water was so good. I didn't expect the sex scene though. But man, so cultured. What a cultured dude. Love Del Toro. He knows what's up. Let's see. Basically forgot the whole thing. Not surprised you love that movie. It's a great movie though. It is. Like, not just for those reasons, but also just for so many other reasons. It's so great. Like, all around. I think all the Ghibli movies are on HBO. I need to do a marathon someday. If they are, yeah, you totally should. Like, I've seen... I think the only ones I haven't seen... Because I've seen more than I haven't seen. The only ones I haven't are... Secret of Arrietty... And When Marnie Was There... And I feel like I've seen Porco Rosso, but I don't remember it at all. Let's see, Wish Necro had its own version of the Warmth Passive from Sorceress. Yeah. If only. Like Kiki's Delivery Service, but they don't... because they don't burn the witch. That movie's just, in general, so cute. I don't care how overrated Spirited Away is, it's still my... I love Spirited Away. So, I mean, I don't think it's overrated. I think it is perfectly rated. It is not, I think it deserves every little bit of of popularity that it has. I think it earned it. Done the best movie. The setting is visually appealing. I mean, it's overall just fantastic movie. I haven't seen Totoro, but I've seen Princess Mononoke. Yeah, Howl's Moving Castle. Castle in the Sky. So many Ghibli movies have ticking time bomb curses. Mononoke, Cat Returns, Spirit Away. Yeah. It is kind of a running theme. Disney remake in the future. Pauly Shore starring in My Neighbor Totoro. No! I fucking hope not. Howl's Moving Castle is my first Ghibli film. That's a good one to have as a first Ghibli film, I think. Teeth. And... Nah, I should be... I have to focus a little bit on strength, at least up to a point, so that I can wear decent armor. Oh my god, I just barely had enough mana. Good shit, good shit. Oh no, I don't have any mana though. This is fine. Speaking of water, even though I give the guy shit, I still have to say I will finally bite my tongue at it, but Avatar Way of Water, I still haven't seen that, by the way. Michael Bay fucking took thousands of images of underwater from his own expeditions. Michael Bay? You mean James Cameron? Because James Cameron's the water guy. He's the guy that makes movies to fund his underwater expeditions. Not the other way around. Yeah, James Cameron. Yeah, he makes films so that he can do his real passion of just going underwater. Away from all of people. The future of film will be a reference to his library to bring us more realistic water to movies. That's pretty cool, actually. That's pretty neat. Disney is just cynical and detached enough to think that it'd be a decision worth making. I fucking hope not. Key's delivery service for me was never fully finished. Like, you never finished watching it, or... Oh, DVDs I bought were scratched? Oh no! That's so sad. I highly recommend watching it. No matter what version you watch, it's good. I've seen the original, like, the original dub with subs. I've seen the original English dub. And I've seen the re-release dub. Which, the re-release dub is more accurate, I guess, but I think the original dub is more character to it. It's a little, there's some little level of whimsy there that I really like. Confused, it's so intriguing when I first saw Howl's Moving Castle and all the body transformations. Yeah, that movie's so pretty too. All the movies are so pretty. Ghibli's just visually stunning, all of them. Michael Bay presents Avatar. Oh god, that'd be horrible. Probably. But yeah, at some point I'll watch Way of Water. I don't know, maybe I'll pirate. Yeah, don't tell me when I said that. Although then again, that seems like one of those movies that's probably more meant to be seen on a big screen. Kind of like Interstellar or like 2001 Space Odyssey. The spectacle movie. Because Avatar 1 is kind of the same way. Like, I saw that in theaters, and I was like, this is pretty cool. This is pretty neat. Saw it on a small screen, I'm like, this is pretty meh. This is kind of okay, I think. It's pretty meh. But yeah, only really worth watching, I think, on like a big screen. Oh, I should go back to Black Marsh. Get the Forgotten Tower.
I need mana.
I sure do. Here, let's go back this way. Let's see. You want to see Chaos? Have Tetsuya Nomura and Michael Bay work with James Cameron on the next Avatar. I'm pretty sure the next Avatar is probably already done being filmed, too. Because they were all being filmed simultaneously, I think. Which is why it's taken so long for any of them to come out. Because they filmed them all at once and then had to edit all of them at once. Which is why it's, like, taken so long for us to see anything of them. Alright, where is the tower? The Lake of Stars scene was so beautiful. In the Way of Water or in the last one? Oh wait, oh are you talking about Howl's Moving Castle with the lake, the lake in that one? Everything changed for the Na'vi when the Fire Nation attacked with explosions. Where is this tower? Howl's Moving Castle was incredible. Ponyo was my first Studio Ghibli film. When did I see Ponyo? I think I didn't see it when it came out. I saw it a little bit after that, but I did think it was super cute. It took as long as it did because James Cameron was waiting for tech to catch up to his vision. I mean, that's valid, I think. I mean, that's... I mean, imagine if history were different if, like, George Lucas had done the same thing and waited. Actually... I don't know. I think one of the only good things about the prequel trilogy is how topical it was at the time. With, like, what George Lucas was trying to say with the movie. So, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have worked if he had waited. Like, maybe it visually would have held up better, but... I don't know. Now that I think about it, I guess he probably would have lost something more important along the way. So maybe it's fine. Toss that. I'll toss that for now. Is it shift click? Yeah, there we go. Shift click. And I'll throw in a couple extras to hoard. Some backups. Merely announced the Avatar sequel 20 years too early. God, it hasn't been that long since the first one, right? No. When did the first one come out? I'm suddenly realizing I don't remember. Man, George Lucas knew what people actually cared about with this franchise. Phantom Menace is still a good movie, and I'll fight people about that. I think Phantom Menace and any of the prequels, I think I've grown more fond of over time. I think it took the sequel trilogy to put the prequel trilogy in perspective, though. Because, like, the prequel trilogy was always, like, good on paper, but the execution was absolutely horrendous. Like, embarrassingly horrendous. And not aged well. But Rise of Skywalker was, like, the complete opposite. It was visually super pretty. But had no substance. No logic. On paper, it made 0 sense. And I think, comparing the two, I would rather take the prequels any day. It hasn't been that long yet. 2009? 13 years? That's a long freaking time. No wonder. Jeez Louise. And now we're supposed to get one, like, every year, right? For, like, the next few years? Like, 6 of them? Holy moly. Like, do people even care that much about Avatar as a franchise? Like, I heard that this one is barely even broken even, right? With how expensive these movies are. It's kind of like a water film curse, you know, after Waterworld being, like, the most expensive movie / most expensive flop ever made. Let's see. Never take something more seriously than its creator does. That's why One Piece is amazing. One Piece. Oh, that's one thing at some point I need to watch, but... every series just needs to get in line. There's too many series and things I need to watch. I was thinking tonight, too, but like one of the shows I'm leaning towards wanting to watch sooner than later. I really want to catch up with the Chucky series. Because I really enjoy that franchise, but I've seen only, like, GIFs of the show and none of the actual episodes. But I feel like I really like it. Prequels got us the Lego Star Wars games. Those are 10 out of 10, so the movies are 10 out of 10. I mean, they gave us Star Wars Pod Racer, the game. I mean, there we go, 10 out of 10. They gave us Pod Racer? Yes. Hell yes. Last Star Wars trilogy just needed somebody to have a unified idea for the scripts instead of just throwing together what they went along. Yeah, the idea of having, like, the 3 directors was, like, an okay idea on paper. but they didn't have a single scriptwriter. Like, they didn't have a cohesive vision for the series. They just kind of, yeah, threw things at the wall to see what stuck. And oh boy, did that not work. That did not work so bad. And now they're, like, not even... It's so bad. I don't know if they'll ever, like, involve any of those characters in the franchise again. Like, I would be surprised if we ever saw, like, Ray, Finn, and Co., like, appear, like, in any of the, like, Disney Plus series or anything. And not because, like, I think that the characters weren't well received or anything. I think the actors are just fucking sick of it. I think they're sick of the harassment they receive from just even being in the movies at all. So I would not blame them in the slightest if they never wanted to be associated with it again. You know, I hope they find greener pastures, because, oh boy. They deserve way better. Read One Piece, don't watch it, show manga's so much better. That's usually the case with anime, to be fair. Oh, wrong spell. Let's see. I was a Star Wars fan until I saw episode 3. Then I cut all emotion and thought of that franchise. Only exception is the Mandalorian series. Damn. What was it specifically about 3? I remember I kind of liked 3. I even read the novelization for that, for some reason, when I was a kid. Which, the novelization explains a lot of things that are just barely alluded to in the movies. One of the reasons why filming movies and television is so expensive. Too many hands in the sauce. Yep. Too many cooks, too many cooks, too many cooks. Natalie Portman certainly found greener yeah, Natalie Portman, absolutely. I've mentioned before, but yeah, like, V for Vendetta and, like, yeah, Black Swan, her career was absolutely saved from the hell pit that was Star Wars.
Reeks of death.
I love how it's canon that the Necromancer can just smell death. Because that's like the second or third time that he's mentioned the smell of death. And the undead. It's like, yeah, it smells like dead people and zombies down here. It's kind of like Riku in, what a comparison I'm about to make. It's kind of like Riku in Chain of Memories and how he just smells darkness. That's probably the only time anyone's ever made a comparison between Kingdom Hearts and Diablo. What a comparison. What the fuck? Let's see. I'm back. Welcome back, Noble! But to say that, I'm gonna get going. Hope you have a good rest of stream, and again, welcome back. Good night, y'all. Have a good rest of your night, Noble! Thanks for coming back to say good night. Hope you get some good rest. Adam Driver's doing pretty well? Yeah, he's doing pretty well, too. So yeah, I'm glad that they found some better futures outside of that franchise, because, man, they were not treated well in it. They deserve a lot better than what they got. Writing infuriated me. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. A lot of things I greatly disliked about the franchise, but that just ended any liking I had for it. Damn. That's fair. That is totally fair. Riku smells darkness and has bugs and he's on the smell. God. That series is so wild. God, I'm so tempted. No, I shouldn't rebuy it on Epic. I can't do that again. I can't do it again. Love Boyega in Attack the Block. I still haven't seen that. I heard it was good, though. Nice. Nice. Teeth. Will you ever level up anything other than teeth? Yeah, when I hit level, 18. Yes, 18. Actually, I will need to level up Corpse Explosion once. There was a time where I only did, like, Corpse Explosion and Bone Spear, but the synergy that you get between all the bone skills is just really, really good. There we go. The music. I keep gushing over the soundtrack in this game. Ooh. But that is something that I'm distinctly going to be listening for in Diablo 4 as well, is the soundtrack. Because I feel like 3 kind of faltered on the soundtrack, like, kind of big time. Like, there's a few memorable tracks, maybe. But, ow. But 3 is definitely kind of in that category of I mute the music and I put on my own shit when I'm going through riffs. It doesn't really have a memorable soundtrack. It's more orchestral, too. Oh.
I need mana.
I sure do. Let's see, they had a multiplayer synergy patch for Diablo 2 back in the day for the skill tree. I think they took out that change. Oh, I lived. We did it! We lived! I might have too many potions. Ooh. There. Now I don't. Let's see, I'm curious, what game has your favorite soundtrack? Oh, there's a bunch. I really love Silent Hill 2's soundtrack, but I also really like Silent Hill 4's soundtrack. But I also really like Quake 2's soundtrack. But I also really like Doom 2016's. There's a lot of games I like the soundtracks for. There's a lot. Ah, and it was a cheat. What's my favorite? It might... Oh, and Undertale has such a good soundtrack, too. Oh, there's a lot of really great soundtracks. Half-Life has a good soundtrack as well. Like, everyone loves Klaxon Beat. Hey, Sev the Sea Lion, how you doing? Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Oh, crap, almost midnight. I said I wasn't gonna stream that long tonight. Joke's on me. Hardy har har. Yeah, you're definitely a headbanger. Doom soundtrack, yes! I studied to my finals to that soundtrack. Ah, so freaking good. Oh. And I love the references to it in I Prevail's recent album, which is another band that I like. Because their song Visceral, the last like minute of that song is just straight up BFG Division, I think. Like, it's just absolutely an homage. It's so good. Final Fantasy 6 and Persona 6 are mine. I mean, 5. Ooh. I have heard those soundtracks are really good, actually. I've heard little snippets of them. Or, what's that? The World Ends With You also has a banger soundtrack. Should have known that playing Diablo 2 on stream would go long. It's true. To be fair, the first hour was, like, waiting for the game to not lag to hell. They were kind of troubleshooting and catching up. Doom 2016 soundtrack was super good. Yes. It's a shame. I watched. I mean, I've read about the absolute nightmare of the Doom Eternal soundtrack. Like, wow. Like, damn.
Not enough mana.
I already own the game, but I'm gonna not be able to unhear the inconsistencies in the soundtrack now that I know the story behind the nightmare that was the development for that. Ooh. All these potions. I have too many potions. Potion seller, give me your finest potion. Let's see. Dancing Man is absolutely the greatest boss theme ever made. Dancing Man. I'm gonna have to remember that one so I can look that one up. What's some other good soundtracks? There's other games that like have great theme songs, but I'm not sure if I remember like the rest of their soundtracks per se. And a lot of those I've used in like a lot of them are my bid alerts, like Misc or Max Payne. Oh my god! Well, that doesn't quite seem fair. Monty, don't let me down! Yowdy! Hey, Emily! How you doing tonight? Hope you're having a good night. It's good to see ya. Hope you're having a good start to the year.
Not enough mana.
Actually, it's kind of wild that January's already almost over. It feels like there barely was a January. Dancing Mask from Final Fantasy. Ooh, I've definitely heard some really amazing tracks from Final Fantasy, like, in general. Twisted Metal also has a great soundtrack. Twisted Metal's another game I need to play. Very tired from work, but I'm cooking some dinner right now. Ooh, what are you cooking? I hope aside from being tired from work that your work day was okay. Let's see. I hear a ghost somewhere. Here, let's summon a friend. All the money. Money. Let's see. Twisted Metal has Rob Zombie in it. Good shit. Ooh, nice. One time I rented Silent Hill 3 from a video rental store and only the OST was inside. At least that's a pretty good soundtrack, at least. I've only been able to play it recently. But did you enjoy it? I love Silent Hill 3. 2 is definitely still my favorite, though. And, maybe? I don't know. I'm torn between where the other ones rank, because I love them all so much. I even enjoy Homecoming. And I have kind of a mild affection for, like, Downpour. I think Origin is kind of the only one that I don't really like that much. But it also still has a banger soundtrack. Like, Illusion and Me. Oh, so good. Oh, and yeah, Kingdom Hearts, obviously. Like I said earlier, that listening to any of the songs from Kingdom Hearts will make me cry. Like, I was in the middle of a GameStop, and I heard the soundtrack, I heard, like, Dearly Beloved or something come on the like, the speakers, and I just started crying in the middle of the fucking GameStop.
Your blood will boil.
It sure will. Dead. Hi, Countess. Bye, Countess. Get all that money. Treasure finding. Yes. Good shit, good shit.
Pro gamer move.
Pro gamer. I'm telling you, Bonemancer is really fun. Just walk in and just kill everything. Teeth. More teeth. Yeah, and Bloodraven's nice in that she always drops, like, 2 runes, I think. In fact, she exclusively drops, like, certain runes in later difficulties, so at some point, if I cared about doing that, I would be straight up, like, farming the Countess. Ooh. Nice. And I should probably go to town. Just a little bit, maybe. Let's see. So lucky I got tonight off so I can just vibe with one of the best communities I've ever been a part of. Oh, that's so freaking sweet. What the heck? Kiwi, you're gonna make me cry. Thank you. I'm glad to be able to hang out with all of you. And I miss talking with y'all and Necros! Here, let me move out of the laggy area. Thank you for the raid, King Necros.
King Necros rated my stream with 1 viewers.
Of course you do.
Of course you do.
How are you doing, King Necros? What were you playing? Can I get a shout out for that? Thank you. I didn't even really need to say it. I knew you were gonna be on the ball. Oh, you're playing Neo too. Nice. How far into it are you? Are you having fun with it? Are you winning? Sorceress only. Shell. 1 to teeth? Yes. More teeth. Nah. Nah. Yes, this seems like a perfectly acceptable hoard of potions. Totally. Totally not too many. Actually, let me take a look at her wants. Anything worth having? Meh, 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 meh. Whole lot of meh. Let's see. Welcome back, Lucid. Thanks, Necros. It's good to be back. Glad to get you shout you out, friend. How can I forget the Resident Evil and Devil May Cry soundtracks? Oh yeah, Devil May Cry. I mean, I'm still new to the franchise, but even I recognize that some banger soundtracks in the games that I've played so far. Which I can't wait to get to Devil May Cry 3 finally this year. I was kind of torn. I was torn about what games to start this week because it's kind of a weird coming back in like the middle of the month and right before. Oh wait, I don't want to go there. And right before Dead Space Remake is about to come out. So I chose Fear 2 because I think it's one of the quicker games to finish. And Dead Space Remake doesn't come out until Friday. So I'm thinking maybe I could get away with beating Fear 2 between tomorrow and next Thursday. And then Dead Space Remake would become the new Thursday game after. Ideally? I don't know. We'll see. That's the idealistic, maybe, hopefully, it'll totally work out for me, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Sorcerersonly.com. Let's see. I'm still in the second area and just beat the dude with the electric elephant spirit. I know nothing about Neo 2, but that sounds freaking cool. Boy, howdy's the brain rot strong with this one. It may have its issues, but I love the game all the same. I think that I mean that's when you know you love a game. When you know it's got flaws and you know what those flaws are, but you still love it anyway. Either kind of because of those flaws or despite them. You know, like I think Dark Souls 2 became that for me, where I became painfully aware of like its flaws. It definitely has flaws. But at the end of the day, I really enjoyed it, like, even despite the, like, weird oddities about it. Some of them I even like the game because of them. But that's just the way it goes. Sometimes you just like games and you're like, you know, it might be flawed, but they're my flaws. This game's mine. Let's see, Metal Gear, forgetting shit left and right, Rising especially. Man, I need to play Metal Gear as well. Bullshit!
This place has the stench of demons about it.
Oh, okay, I guess Necromancer Dude can also smell demons. He can smell the undead and demons. He has a strong sense of smell. A Friday this month? Yeah. Next Friday, I'm pretty sure. Because it comes out on the 27th. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I love how this gate up here in the original game was bugged, and I think every now and then it's still bugged, where it won't actually open. every now and then. Which it's really funny to me. That bug carried over. Fear 2 is like 7 hours, so you should be good. Yeah, when I looked up the time to beat average, it was like around 8 hours. So I think that's that seems doable. Maybe like one extra long stream if I'm like not almost there. Shouldn't play the Metal Gear series unless you have a way to play 4, since it's only available on PS3. Oh, well, I do need to figure out how to emulate for PS3 anyway, because there's a couple of games that I do want to play that are only on there. Like, unless I get like a recent PS4 that can, or PS5 I think, that can play them. Like Downpour or something. Actually, Downpour I think was only better on the Xbox. Quack. I don't know, something like that. Necromancer, it smells like demon up in here.
Greetings, stranger.
The Eagle Nest is now following.
Ooh, welcome Eagle Nest. Thank you for the follow. I like your name. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. Guess a Necromancer's able to tell by the type of meat that's moving. You can smell meat. Oh god, that's a weird visual. Ow. Let's see. You know how to? I can help you. I'm sure I can figure it out at some point. It's just, like anything, it's a matter of me sitting down and doing it. And god, I have so many things I should be doing that for. You buying the P3 remaster? That's Persona 3, right? I haven't played any of the Personas though. I feel like that's some crucial background knowledge I should have. Just like me and PCM. Yeah, there was one program that I had to finally figure out and oh, it was Scum VM. Like running it on my own so that I could run 11th hour. Oh my god! That lightning! That's my first death, actually. Nice.
The Sisterhood welcomes you.
My first death. We're almost through with Act 1. Good thing I'm not playing a hardcore character. Does anyone know how to get the pop-out in Opera GX? Opera GX. Like the browser? Unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with Opera. I only briefly... Oh god, the lightning damage. Damn, that hurts! But yeah, I only briefly used Opera back in, like, little briefly in high school, I think. And only because I was using multiple browsers to roleplay. Because you could have, like, different instances of, like, of Facebook open if you had different browsers. So I had, like, I had Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Lunascape, which... very pretty name for a browser. Kind of a crappy browser. Yeah, I had like a bunch of weird ones. Let's see. Let me scroll up a little bit. They're only loosely connected. If you do need help, feel free to hit me up. Yeah, if I need help, I'll make sure to ask you. 3, 4, and 5 are standalone enough that they explain themselves. Start with 3, 1, and 2 are completely different and barely worth playing. Yeah, but everyone told me that about Devil May Cry 2, and I still thought that was kind of worth playing at least once. For the, you know, just for the background knowledge, the novelty. Can't say anything about Persona 3, but 4 and 5 are games worth playing. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about 3, 4, and 5. All the Persona games are different, you don't need to play any of the previous ones. 3 is what changed the Persona formula and got the wheel rolling. Yeah, that's like when the series hit its stride, it sounds like. Which is funny, because I hear the exact same thing about Devil May Cry. That it hit its stride with 3. So what is it about 3? 3s are either extremely unlucky or extremely lucky. Opera GX is a browser for gamers. It's new. Really? What's so special about it? I've never heard of the gamer-specific browser.
I need mana.
What kind of important gamery things does it do? I saw Opera GX, but it wasn't for me. I'm too stuck in my old ways. I'm too much of a creature of habit. I'd have to leave all of my like Google Chrome bookmarks and stuff away, and I just can't do that anymore. The reason I say barely is because they're basically just dungeon crawlers that didn't age very well. Not bad necessarily, just very hard and archaic. Dungeon crawlers, Reem? Like what we're playing right now? Crawling through dungeons? Ooh, I heard a gem in there. I'm using GX right now. Man, I feel so behind in the times. I've only just now heard of this. Limits bandwidth. Oh, so like it doesn't take up many resources? First is Lucky Strike, second is often a misstep, third is course correct that gets all the gears humming smooth. Or, like in the case of Silent Hill, the second game is so mind-blowingly good that every game, like after, pretty much just tries to copy its formula. Except 3 and 4. Every game after that. You know, all the non-Team Silent ones. Let's see. It has its own game launcher and shows gaming news and deals. Interesting. Opera can import your bookmarks from Chrome. Oh, I see a unique in there.
I need mana.
Blackheart the Impaler. Oh, not the lightning enchant.
I need mana.
Fuck, I do. There we go. Just one. Dang it. Let's see. I feel like I've seen this haircut before. It's super cute. Thank you! Also, hey Tape! How are you doing? Hope you're having a good night. The DreamWorks 3 rule. All movies they've made, if they go to a third sequel, will suck. Really? Well, I guess Shrek the Third was pretty bad. I mean, How to Train Your Dragon 3 was fine, I thought. It's been a bit since I've seen it, but I thought I remember it being cute. I'm trying to remember what their other series even are that went to 3. Like, I don't remember how many Madagascars there were. What other series of those went to 3? Aside from Shrek and How to Train Your Dragon. I don't remember. I don't remember. My brain is drawn. Well, Cars is Pixar. But also, yeah, Cars did. But 2 was the bad apple with Cars. 1 and 3 are the only ones that are, like, good. With quotation marks. Because I didn't really like 3 all that much, to be honest. I didn't really like the messaging of, like, what 3 was going for. But I do like 1. I have a soft spot for Cars 1. I have the nostalgia. Man, the number of times I heard "Life is a Highway" on Disney Channel when that movie came out, though. Jesus, holy crap! Never not associate that song with that movie now forever. You like Cars 2? I mean, to be fair, I know a few people that do genuinely like Cars 2. But it is generally regarded as bad. Which is why I say it's like the misstep in that franchise. Unlike the weird... Oh god!
Not enough mana.
Oh my god! Doorway, save me!
I need mana.
I got him, I got him! Oh my god. Okay. I lived. I did it. I lived. No, that's not. Shift click. That's what I wanted. Let's see. Let me scroll up. I did like How to Train Your Dragon 3. I don't remember it as much, because I've only seen it once compared to like the couple times I've seen the other ones, but I remember thinking it was at least cute. The circus was the third one? Oh yeah! Madagascar 1 and Madagascar 2 were hilarious. It's been a long time since I've seen these movies. Like, I'm realizing how freaking long it's been. Fast and Furious. There's like 20 bazillion of those. Like, I'm not even sure how many of those there are. Dim Vision. Meh. Meh. Decidedly meh. Let's see. Or in some cases, the passage of time. Empire Strikes Back is widely regarded as the best Star Wars now, but when it was released, it was very controversial. I mean, I could understand that. Because, like, when it released, it was a cliffhanger continuation of a movie. Like, that wasn't really a thing that had been done before. In hindsight, like, after people saw, you know, Return of the Jedi, in hindsight, Empire's, like, really good. Let's see. Very accurate. Yeah, yeah. See, I'm wondering how long I should go, because it's past midnight, I'm realizing. It was a cliffhanger that was super dark, it didn't have the heroes win, everyone was sad, and the hero lost his hand. Yeah, I can see why people didn't like it. For similar reasons why I feel like Last Jedi kind of fell into that trap for different reasons. But it was also kind of that thing where I think people appreciated Last Jedi a little more after Rise of Skywalker, but in part because Rise of Skywalker was so bad. But I think out of the three, I think Last Jedi is going to be the one that's going to be more highly regarded, I think. That's just, like, my opinion, man. Because Force Awakens is very safe. Like, Force Awakens was basically just A New Hope again. And Rise of Skywalker was a mess. I feel like Last Jedi at least was trying something. Even if it didn't, like, succeed, necessarily, I think it at least tried. And I think it'll be fondly remembered as the one that tried. The one that tried to do something. Will age well because of Carrie Fisher. Oh, God, that too. That too. I don't appreciate any of the sequels, personally. Like, out of the sequel trilogy. Because I think that's totally understandable, too. But look back on Last Jedi as the one that had ideas, even if they weren't perfectly executed. Yeah, and I think, you know, for similar reasons that I was, like, talking about with, like, the prequels, I think ultimately that intent, I think, is going to be remembered a little more fondly, yeah. The intent to actually, like, have ideas and a story and themes and stuff. And stuff.
I need mana.
Well, good thing everyone keeps dropping mana potions for me. So sweet. Thank you. Prequels had a ton of support from other media. Clone Wars and the video game and stuff really fleshed out that trilogy. True, but you didn't necessarily need all that stuff. Like, I watched, like, some of it, but I missed a lot of it, too. Not to mention, like, all the novels, which are, you know, most of which are no longer canon. But at the time, there was, like, bazillions of them.
I need mana.
But you absolutely didn't even need to engage with any of that to enjoy the movies, I thought. But man, the extras stuff, like, oh... I still love the Jedi Knight games, like, in general, too. Like, I feel like... I need to give the new games a chance, I guess. I still haven't played any of the, like, the Fallen Orders. Oh, well, there's the jail. We still haven't found the Smith, though. It's probably up here, then? Especially Lego Star Wars. Man, I still never played through, like, an entire Lego game. I only played, like, little bits and pieces at, like, GameStop demo booths. It is still surreal. I was a hardcore Star Wars fan for the entirely my first 20 years, and I just walked away after episode 3. Man, I grew up being a Star Wars head. Dressed up in full cosplay with my parents to go see all 3 of the prequel movies in theaters as they came out. Like, man, what an experience standing in line for Phantom Menace with, like, dozens of other people dressed up as Jedis and Sith with, like, plastic lightsabers everywhere. Man, those are great memories. Fallen Order's really good. It's basically Dark Souls light. Ooh. I'm curious about them. Oh, there's a smith. Wait. There's the malice. Wait, where's the smith? Oh, there he is. I was like, where'd he go? He's just leaving his hammer right there. I could have just grabbed it and walked away. I will say, I do think he looks a little better in the in the OG version. Because you can just see his butt. His very well-defined butt. They covered up the cheeks. This is the real video game censorship you should be worrying about. Anyway, just felt like I wanted to point that out. But those back muscles, though. Oh my god! I was distracted. Ow. It took away the meat. Oh. The face I made? What face? I can't look at my face. Here we go. Now I can go grab it. Here we go.
All this for a hammer?
For a hammer? It's not just any hammer. Let's see. Should stream KOTOR? It's on my list. I love KOTOR. 1 and 2. Big fan of the Who before they got featured in that. Oh, wait! I didn't know they had a song in Fallen Order. I had a friend that introduced me to them not that long ago. Never played the KOTOR MMO. I played a little bit of it, but I had the same issue that I had with any MMO, in that I fell off almost immediately. In theory, I'd like it. By the way, watched Andor and it's actually very good. I've had a lot of people recommend that I watch Andor. But I feel like I need to rewatch Rogue One because I don't remember it.
The slow torture of caged starvation.
Because, like, I don't remember the characters all that well, and I feel like I probably should feel at least a little investment toward them before I watch Andor. Oh, it sucks fighting wraiths. Because they all have mana burn.
I need mana.
Yeah, I sure do. There we go. Meh. Lucid has a face? Whoa. Let's see, we should want equality and objectify. I am all for equal opportunity fan service. If you're gonna give the ladies and such, like, bikini chainmail, whatever, then the male characters or the masculine characters should have, chainmail, I don't know, banana hammocks? Make it equal. That's all I care. That's all I care about, is that's equal. He commented on his back muscles and he had that yeah kind of grin. Oh, shit, did I? KOTOR 1 and 2 are amazing, and SWTOR. It's amazing if you played it as an RPG with 8 stories rather than an MMO. That's probably how I would play it. Me playing with other people, very rare. Very elusive. Raid's the only undead Necro hates. Ah, it's true. They're so hard to fight when they're up in your face, and again, they're burning all of your mana the whole time. Let's see. Don't strike me as the flight combat simulator type, Lucid. Not really. The only flight games I've ever played were TIE Fighter and Starfighter, and like a very tiny little bit of the Battlestar Galactica game on Xbox. But I don't think I ever, I definitely never, I never beat that. It's like, I don't think, no, I never beat that. Consolidate my stuff a little bit. Let's see, I want to see. My point being, I just want it to be equal, you know? One big muscly men running around. You know, I'm just saying, if you're gonna have one, you know, in such outfits, you know, gotta have it fair, as at least as an option. Support Fire Force for the fan service equality. I still haven't seen that, but I've heard about it. I've heard it's fun. There's so many anime I need to watch. They've soloed SWTOR. It doesn't roll off the tongue like KOTOR does. The most part I just played it as a KOTOR sequel. That's probably how I would play it if I like tried to play it again. Again, I don't know why I fell off so quickly from it too. I don't know. I have to give it another chance, like a real chance someday.
I need mana.
World of Warcraft is adding a new chainmail bikini armor that actually works on male characters too. Finally, equality. Finally, we have equality in video games. The world shall know peace. Let's see. No, don't watch Rogue One first. Andor's turning out to be a proper prequel. Oh? Like, it's worth watching, like, over Rogue One, kinda? You've piqued my interest now. I don't have to rewatch Rogue One. Sign me up. So I know a lot of people liked Rogue One. I thought it was okay. It was definitely not one of my... I don't know, I had the same feelings about it that I had toward, like, the Solo movie that I also barely remember. In that it was very... It exists. It was certainly a thing that was made on film. Let's see. Viva La Dirt League made a recent video about MMO armor where the male character was given an armored Speedo! Love it. That's the kind of equality I'm talking about. It's like no covering everyone up like all the time. Like, give us the options. Give us options to be covered up or as skimpy as we want. Let people express themselves. That's what I say.
I need mana.
Well, as long as it's like a, you know, a game for like adults, of course. Which I'm assuming that's what we're only talking about. We're not talking about like a kids MMO, like a it's Wizard 101? Yeah, Wizard 101 or something like that. Like, that's obviously not what I'm talking about. Hello? I think one of the transparency things I turned off is still being wonky. Oh. Hold on. I want both men and women. I like the choice. Yeah, exactly. I like the choice. Exactly. The choice. The option. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I'm really curious if that game is actually fun. I've heard it referenced so much. Oh, but I think it got shut down, didn't it? I feel like we had a conversation about Hello Kitty Island Adventure somewhat recently. And we found out it was, like, shut down or something. Rogue One's a decent movie. It's not much of a Star Wars movie. It kind of had the same issue that I had with it that I had with, the premise, I guess, of Halo Reach. Even though I've heard that Halo Reach is actually, like, really good. Which is that I already know how it ends. And I didn't really find myself getting invested in any of the characters because I knew they were all going to, like, bite the dust by the end. But yeah, I don't know. When I think about that movie, nothing really, like, the weird tentacle interrogation scene was, you know, memorable. But, like, that's about it. And, like, the one robot character just kept reminding me of HK-47, and that just made me want to play KOTOR. It's like, yeah, this guy, they're trying to be funny, and dry humor and snarky, but it's just not the same as calling everyone meatbags.
I need mana.
You sure do. There was no Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That was a joke. There was a Hello Kitty Online, but that's no longer... Wait, there was never an Island Adventure? It was Hello Kitty Online? I thought that was... Never mind. I don't want Skimpius to not have equality. I just want my equal opportunity tank armor. Oh yeah, like conversely, I think that if you're... Like, I love the way Dark Souls handles armor. Where, like, none of the armor is, like, really objectifying in any direction. It's just functional armor. And I think that's just neat. Oh, my Club Penguin shape. No. Cursed. Hammers are pretty important. Blacksmith wanted to make a horseshoe and asked the hammer. Thus the hammer say, I'll ask the anvil of what you require of us. Hammer asked the anvil, and she once agreed they should together in the way the blacksmith decreed. I feel like I read that wrong. Is that, like, meant to be read like a poem? After Andor, Rogue One will be more appreciated. Mayhaps I'll try watching it in that order, then. Maybe Andor will retroactively make me care about the characters in Rogue One. Yeah, I should sell things. Let's see, Rogue One is static characters where everyone dies. It's hard to remember by design. Yeah, exactly.
Good day.
Greetings.
Greetings. Oh, it's a song! I realized when I got, like, the, like, second or third sentence, I'm like, this, like, has the flow of, like, a song to it. No, mine's... No, 20 is pretty decent. I'm still having to occasionally whack stuff. Meh. Meh. Nuts. Okay. You need to play the Halo games one of these days? Yeah. Yes, you should. Yes, yes, yes. Why am I getting only sapphires? Like, what the hecky? Just, oops, all sapphires.
Oh, thanks.
I've owned them all for like 2 years. You need to play them.
I will now imbue one of your items with
Yeah, you're not imbuing any of my stuff with magical powers yet. We're saving her reward until probably Act 2. But now we get the final quest.
Queen Andariel, who has corrupted the rogue sisterhood and defiled
Oh snap, the Cyber Shinobi! Thank you for the pizza! I'm doing a quick stretch.
Ancient Horadric texts record that Andariel
How are you
and the
doing,
other
Cyber
lesser
Shinobi?
evils once overthrew the three prime evils, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal, banishing them from hell to our world. Here they caused mankind untold
He's talking about the Sin
anguish and
War.
suffering before they were finally bound within the Soul Stones.
Well, he's not actually, he's talking about the Dark Exile, technically.
Could mean that the forces of hell are once again aligned behind Diablo and his brothers. If this is true, Then I
Diablo
fear
2,
for
dang.
us all.
Lucid, you read my mind.
Must kill her before the monastery becomes a permanent outpost of hell, and the way east lost forever.
So we're gonna leave this active. Then we just have Endariel. So I think we'll go as far as the inner cloister. Yes, yes. That makes sense to me. That's a... Because, like, out of all the waypoints, there are a few that have, like, fixed locations. Where, like, no matter where you start, you're pretty much gonna always be in the same spot. And inner cloister and the outer cloister are one of those. Like, the jail ones will just spit you out somewhere in the jail. So if you were, like, to load up a game and be in the jail, you could be, like, anywhere. There we go. Permanent outpost for hell. I love the voice performances in this game so much. They're so dramatic in just the right ways. Casually open secret passage. Secret room of money. Yeah, I think there's one of these secret rooms in every jail level. So I think we missed the first one, but that's okay. Nice. Thanks for the potions. Stay a while and listen. Yeah, Deckard Cain has the best voice. That's why I have him for my alerts. Like the Stay a While and Listen song is from it's one of the bonus discs for Diablo 2. So it's a real song. The Deckard Cain rap. It's so fun. Kind of like the StarCraft had the Radio Free Zerg. Man, back when things were fun. Back when video games were fun. I'm joking. But also really. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains. Secret tunnel. Back when video games were video games and not movies. And, like, there's absolutely a place for, like, video games that want to be movies and stuff. I'm not saying that they can't exist or anything. But there's such a charm to, like, video games. If that makes sense. Like, there's a charm to that.
Not enough mana.
It's interesting, I tried to post the Hammer and the Anvil song to Discord, but the content from UNG is blocked on Discord. Yeah, that happens sometimes with music in general. I'll run into that problem where you have to like, click on the button that takes you to YouTube to watch it. I've seen that happen before. Kojima's been making video game movies since 1998. Yeah, Kojima does some wacky stuff with the medium, though. He's well aware that he's, like, making a game, and he does some creative things with, like, with the video gamey aspect of video games. And I respect that. Like, switching inputs and stuff to deceive your enemies, like, that's wild. Or requiring you to use the microphone on your PlayStation controller to, like, talk to ghosts. Wild shit. Like, he's just thinking in, like, 2030. His brain is elsewhere. We're all 2000 and late. Actually, I need more healing. Let's see. His strength is definitely that he never forgot to make sure the game was good. Mm-hmm. Dead Rising series is a good one for just playing a video game that feels like a video game. Yeah, that game always did look like a lot of fun. Angus just bite me and look at me like it was my fault. Angus! Oh, why you do that? Sometimes kitties can be so mean for no reason. But we love them anyway. Oh, I wasted that potion. I didn't even need it. That's fine. This is fine. I'm leveling up my vitality, like, maybe I can survive one hit from Duriel. Because when we eventually get to Duriel, next time when we're on Act 2, it will be a battle of attrition, because he will absolutely just kill me over and over. But eventually I'll wear him down. God, when I was playing my Paladin, though, like, one attempt was all it took to kill Duriel. Whenever I played Necromancer, nope. One-shotting Duriel is like, no way. At least with my build. Maybe with a like a Summonmancer, I could probably see it. But man, his cold attack alone is just gnarly. Oh, wait, the reason why I was able to one-shot him with my Paladin was because I had a belt that prevented me from being frozen. Which was very useful. Because Duriel's cold attack is, like, the most terrifying part about him, I think. Aside from just the straight-up damage that he does. No chest. No chest. No loot. Let's see. Kojima's been doing that longer than 98. Police Knots came out in 94. I think the worst game for actually being just being a movie is Red Dead Redemption 2. Really? I don't know if I've heard that one before. That it was regarded more as like a movie game. Like at least not with that specific game. It's my little crime boy. Oh. They fit 2 whole skeletons in that chest. She did not survive the one hit from Duriel. Hey, Violetta. How are you doing? Did I miss the door? Oh, it's up here, I bet. Hope you're having a good night. Red Dead Redemption 2 being a movie. Yeah, I've never heard that one before. Where you been? I was away for the holidays, and then I got sick with COVID. So that's why I was away for a little while longer than I expected. But I'm back. I'm back. Guess who's back? Back again. Lucid's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Let's see. Last of Us would be a better example. I fucking love Last of Us. Yeah, that is also one of those movies. One of those games that prides itself on being as close to a movie as possible. Like, everyone's saying... I'm hearing a lot of good things about the new Last of Us show. I'm kind of interested in it. But I am admittedly very put off by the marketing for it. Being like, we've broken the video game adaptation curse. We're already basically like a movie, so it was a no-brainer. It's like just ignoring all the other actually decent video game movie adaptations that have existed for a little bit. But like every time it's like they think they've reinvented the wheel. It's like when Jennifer Lawrence thought that she like was the first like female action movie star, and it's like, excuse me? Like Sigourney Weaver is right there. Like, excuse? The show was fucking amazing. To be fair, have you seen Halo? Okay, to be fair, the bar is in hell. And yeah, yeah. The Halo show was pretty bad, from what I've heard. But, like, if we're talking, like, shows based on games, I mean, there's an entire franchise of, like, decent Sonic shows. Like, if you want to specify good, best video game adaptation live-action TV show, like, maybe you could make that stretch? But, like, best, like, movie franchise or whatever. Like, there's so many different attempts already to adapt video games into other mediums, and there are some good ones out there already. Like, this one isn't like, the best and the newest. Or it's the newest, but it's not, like, automatically the best. It just thinks it is. Yeah, like, I've heard great things. There's so many good memes from Sonic Boom. Heck, that's a case where the show was better than the game. Like, way better. Let's see. I feel like I missed a couple messages. Video game with incredible amount of tedium. Backstreet Boy? You know, like for a second I just leveled up friendship in Genshin with a character and she has some heart-wrenching shit to tell me. Okie dokie, Emily. Enjoy your lurk. No, not the pretentiousness of Last of Us. Yeah. Missions in Red Dead Redemption 2 may be a bit sticklery for not doing certain stuff, but there's also a lot of freedom in how to get them done compared to other games. And free roam is unhinged. Yeah, the free roam looked nuts in that game. Like, just Cowboy Simulator. Mission stuck. Story's great. But if you try doing anything but exactly what it tells you, nah, fam. Restart. Welcome back, Mr. Dark Souls. Welcome back. Never seen the Halo show myself, but the commercials were enough to tell me to skip it, move on. All I needed to hear was, what they did with, Do I care about spoilers? Anyway, there was a certain choice they made with Master Chief that I was not happy to hear about, and put me off of ever watching the show. If chat acts a bad Nico kneecaps. Weird way to say the Mario show. Which one though? There's a few. There's the Super Mario Super Show, but there's a couple other Nintendo shows. Condemned is so good. Oh, like the game? That's on my list actually. That I want to play hopefully sooner than later. Ow. Shoner says that he never played the game is probably a good reason to skip. Yeah. Oh, you just reminded me of another movie that I watched over my vacation that I forgot. I watched the Max Payne movie with Mark Wahlberg. And it was fucking horrible. It's kind of impressive how bad it was. Like, you have the blueprint for a perfectly good, like, film noir, like, right there. And instead they made that. It was impressively bad. And you reminded me, because one of the things that I read about when I was reading about the movie afterward was that Mark Wahlberg intentionally he doesn't like video games, number one. And he intentionally didn't watch or play anything from the Max Payne games. He just read the script and was like, yeah, I got the gist. He did not get the gist. Ugh. Don't watch the Halo show because similarly to the Witcher show, the showrunners have no respect for the source material. Yeah. Yeah, there's not really a point in watching something like that if, like, you genuinely love the source material. You're just gonna get pissed off. Too bad Arcane has a great show but horrible game. I mean, I don't mind League of Legends all that much, as long as I'm playing with friends. But man, if they ever do release, like a League of Legends world set MMO, it will absolutely blow the hell up. And I feel like Arcane is kind of setting up for that kind of level of world building. Max Payne was better than the Hitman movie? Oh boy, I haven't seen that one. But if it's worse than the Max Payne, man. That says a lot. All the problems that the Halo series had would have been solved if they didn't use Master Chief as the main character. Honestly, that's not a terrible idea. Have a movie, or a movie. Having a show set in that universe, but like focusing on someone else is a great idea, I think. Kind of a missed opportunity. If you hate the video game, why make it make it its own game? Yeah, if you don't like the source material, the only reason why they're making anything of it at that point is just money. And I feel like audiences can smell that. I feel like people, at least in regards to that, aren't too dumb. Like, we can tell when it's just money rubbing. Could've done like the Halo 3 ad campaign where it's people talking about Chief. See, like, that's a neat idea. Oh yeah, the Resident Evil movies, which are now 2 different franchises by the same guy. Which is a choice. Like Velma and hating the source material. God, I have heard nightmarish things about that show. And watched like a couple videos on it, but I have no intent of ever actually watching that show. It looks absolutely horrible. And like, I don't even know who that show is for.
Not enough mana.
It's such a bizarre, I don't know, that show is kind of fascinating in like a meta sense where it's like, who is this show made for? What audience are they trying to seek with it? Because it really seems, oh, and by the way, it already got approved for season 2. It's like trying to sustain itself just on like people hate watching and hating it. Like I watched someone say that and I was like, yeah, that's kind of like a whole genre of shows, it feels like. That are just sustained purely on people hate watching them to the point that they get high ratings. It's a curse. Still have nightmares about Avatar: Last Airbender movie. God. That was also such a hard mistake. And we have an Avatar: Last Airbender live action show, I think, that's supposed to materialize at some point. Mana potion. I need more potions. Potions seller, please. Give me your strongest potions. How are you gonna do a Scooby-Doo series without Scooby-Doo? Like, I think it's an okay idea to have a show about, like, the gang before they met Scoob, or, like, you know, without Scooby. Like, that's, like, I think that's, on paper is fine. But, man, just the execution of, like, the quote-unquote humor in the show is just, I think, the writing just is horrible. It falls in that trap of, like, we're a mature adult cartoon, and therefore we've got to have like, all the edgy jokes we can fit into the runtime, and just lampshade the entire thing and pretend that that makes it okay. And it's like, you can lampshade a cliche all you want. It doesn't make it any less of a cliche. It just means that you're well aware that you're doing it. It doesn't make it any better. Ugh. But yeah, like you said, it really does seem like the showrunners, or at least the writers, or someone who's in charge on that show, hates the source material. And specifically hates, like, Twitter and certain subcultures on Twitter, and just has made an entire show around just hating that. It's like, don't you have better things to do and write about? It's just, it's I don't know, it's weird. It's very strange. No official confirmation for season 2, just a rumor currently? Oh, thank God. Beautiful game, but horrible story. Does have a few good moments. The boat scene with Joel and Devin. Oh, is that spoiler? I think that's spoilers. Hold on. I don't know how to. OBS makes it very difficult for me to delete messages. Loaf, Big Mouth. I wish it would die. Oh, oh, thank you, Cabal. Yeah, just because I would worry about spoilers, because that's a pretty big one for 2, I think. But yeah, Big Mouth. Nah, that's another one of those, and I'm like, why is it still a thing? hate Twitter and certain subgroups of Twitter, but I don't make it my personality or even talk about it. Yeah, like imagine making hating Twitter your entire personality to the point of making a show about bitching about Twitter. Like, come on. Log off. that is when you need to touch grass. Like, lay in the grass. Roll down some hills. Oh no, I haven't played it, but I've seen Let's Plays of it. I know what happens. I mean for other people in chat who might not have played. For their benefit. No, I don't really mind too much with spoilers as much unless I say I don't want any. But more for the benefit of other people in chat. Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna stop when I got to the inner cloister, didn't I? Oh shit, it's 1 AM. Okay, maybe I should take that as a hint. And go to town first. There's someone with an aura back here. There is. I have no mana.
I need mana.
There we go. Give me some mana. Okay, now I can leave. Just kidding. Now I can leave.
Not enough mana.
Okay, now I can leave. Let's see. Play Devil's Advocate here. The game is almost 3 years old now. Last of Us 2? God, is it already 3 years old? Guess it doesn't feel like it, does it? That's kind of wild. Love Last of Us 2. Thought it was incredible. Also love messing with people that thought Abby was too manly.
Yes?
Yeah, anyone who thought that just has never seen a muscular woman. No. Maybe. The cold resist is kind of tempting me. 5 mana's not all that significant, I guess. There's not all that. Throw that. I don't need these, and I don't need the extra keys. Okay. Oh, I see that posture check and hydrate. I'll get those in a second.
Pro gamer move.
The pro gamer move. Selling all my stuff. Alright. So now that we've got that waypoint, I think we're at a pretty good stopping point. Oh, I love this soundtrack. Also love Laura Bailey and her voice acting. Yeah, at the very least, it's like one of those things where, even if you criticize, like, the writing, it is a very pretty game and well voice acted and performed. Like, for sure. Will you play Elden Ring? Yes. After Dark Souls 3. Absolutely. I'm excited to play it again. I haven't played it, like, all the way through since, like, April of last year. So I'm excited. Because it's been long enough that my goldfish brain will have forgotten a lot of stuff. So it'll be, like mostly fresh. I believe the DLC for Elden Ring will change the world. I'm so excited. I'm excited for the DLC. Can't wait to play Elden Ring once all the DLC is released. I hope they release it soon. I want more. I want more. Alright. We'll return over here. Put some music on. There we go. We'll look for somebody to raid. Let's see. Where is my tab? There we are. Let's see. You have a very nice room. Thank you. I actually do plan on updating like a lot of my overlay stuff and stuff eventually. Eventually. But much like all of the things that I do, it will be slow, but it'll happen when eventually I have the time and stuff. No reason for it not to from the DLC, has DLC for every other game. Yeah, and their DLCs are usually regarded as even better than the base game a lot of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time, which is interesting. Or it like has like some of the best bosses. Thanks for streaming. Happy to see everyone back again. I'm so glad everyone was here, and it was great to see all of you and talk with everybody. I missed you all. I have a drawing to give you later. Ooh, a drawing for me? Demon Souls doesn't either. Oh, true. Sekiro and Demon Souls don't have DLC, huh? Well, Sekiro's kind of like special. It's like in its own category, I think. Like, even just trying to get through it, because I'm still trying to make my way through Sekiro on my own. I'm still trying to acclimate to the combat. It's very different. Let's see. Who to raid? Let's see. There's a few people. Silent Hill 4 randomizer. Maybe. Persona 3, maybe. Maybe. Thank you for streaming, no problem! I almost forgot that game existed. That's fair. Could have sworn that dragon boss was DLC. A dragon! Actually, I've seen that. That's not a spoiler, because I've seen that in, like, trailers. How about some Subnautica? Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to raid this person. But I've collabed with them before, and they're pretty fun. So we'll raid Ayara. Yeah, let's do that. Thank you for stream, glad you're back. I'm glad to be back, and I'll see you all tomorrow. We're playing Fear 2. Hopefully we'll be able to finish it before, Dead Space remake, but, we'll see. We'll wing it. But yeah, I'm excited to play it, because I really enjoyed the first one. And I've heard mixed things about 2, but I want to give it a fair chance. But, yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Have a great rest of your night or day. Stay hydrated, stay safe. I'll be back tomorrow night, and I'll be back on Saturday as well for 11th hour. And, yeah. I think that's all I had to say. Thank you everybody for being here, for the warm welcome back, and thank you so much for the and thank you so much for the raids, Feral, Doodle, and King Necros and Nebel. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for the biddies and the resubs, and you all are just so awesome. And I hope you have a great rest of your night, and last minute move. A very last minute move. Alrighty. Good night everybody. Love you all. Good night. Bye bye. Last minute quack.
Cut it out, just cut that out. Let's just be honestly